Okay, let's call court to order. Today is Thursday, July 25th, 2024. It's 9:01 a.m. Proof of posting, please.
The agenda was posted on Thursday, July 18th, 2024 at 3:55 p.m.
All right, thank you. Let's pause briefly for a moment of silence, and then we'll have a pledge to the flag. I think Commissioner Perry is going to say a few words.
We offer a prayer this morning. If everyone bow their head, please. Hey, merciful and graceful Father, we are coming to you this morning, and Father, we come to you and ask that you be with those that are in need. Father, be with those that are hurting in this moment. Father, you know it's going to be all right. It always is when we put our trust and our faith in you. Father, be with those that have to make decisions in the next days and the coming weeks. And Father, be with this court as we move forward with our budget process here, Father, and just let it be thoughtful and that we cover all the areas, Father, that you know we need. Father, we just praise you ask for forgiveness of our sins. In your name we pray. Amen.
Thank you. Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Pledge the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you. All right, if there's any members of the public here today, which I don't see any, to speak to the court on business matters, please do so at this time. Okay, going back to item D under budgets, under D1 regarding the FY25 budget. Francis?
Thank you. So today we're going to start out, we have 3 departments or outside entities that are joining us that we weren't able to get earlier in the month. So we're going to check those off and then get back into our normal discussions following those 3 presentations. So we're going to start with Chip Sigmund. He's director of our adult probation, CSCD. And his department is 2610 in the general fund. And just a reminder, of course, the majority, the grand majority of his budget is grant funded. There are some items that are not allowable to be charged to the grant, and so he asked for those here in the general fund in this department. So this is the only cost related to adult probation that you'll see in the general fund, and he's going to speak on those increases.
Okay, good morning.
Morning. Basically, the difference between our budget this year and last year has to do with the addition of office furniture. We are going to be fully staffed for the first time since just prior to COVID hitting. And we're looking at having our population of offenders at the highest it's ever been by the end of this next fiscal year. So what we're asking for is to begin replacing office furniture in a 5-year cycle so that the county doesn't have the burden of doing that all at once. So
That's it.
that's pretty much it. I mean, everything else remains the same. Office supplies are pretty much, we had built in a 5% increase, but we were told that wasn't what we probably should have done. So next time I know not to do that.
Any questions?
No, sir. Not for me.
Okay,
He had very detailed information as to each of those increases, so
all right,
I felt good about these.
okay. Thank you, sir.
No problem. Thank you.
Next, I think y'all are both with Brazos Trail. Yes. Okay, Brazos Trail is already here, and so we can just go ahead and get them out of the way, if y'all are okay, or y'all are waiting on someone else? No. Okay, it's a little early. Do you mind bringing up their
I'll say, I don't know that if I want to argue or debate them, they're carrying a big stick over there
No
right now.
kidding.
So that-
I think it's actually, the very first one. Thank you so much for moving us up. Thank you for being early. And so they had, of course, submitted some documentation and a PowerPoint, which is in your outside entity folder, and then we'll also bring that up as well. Yes, please feel free. If you need help, let us know. Sure, if you have enough. Yeah. Thank you. It is. Oh, no.
Yeah,
We'll save, we'll share.
good to see you, thank you.
We'll give that one to Will if he needs it. We're good. We're good, yes, sir. No, we'll leave that one for.
Yeah, Commissioner Jones may come in any minute now, so.
Hello.
So like I said, we have Texas Brazos Trail, and this is something that we would include in our contracted programs department. So in presentation today, of course, no decisions will be made today, not until we adopt our budget at the end of August.
Correct, understand. So mine's more of a formal presentation this morning, so bear with me on that. But good morning, Honorable Judge Felton and members of the McLennan County Court. I'm Pamela Anderson, and I'm Executive Director of the Texas Brazos Trail Region. Having served on the board for over 6 years and recently appointed as the Executive Director, I'm honored to present the request for sponsorship funding for fiscal year 2025. I'm joined here by one of our board members, Sharon Whitaker, who represents the City of Georgetown, Preservation Georgetown, and the City of Round Rock in the Historic Preservation of Round Rock. Before I begin, we have provided each of you a Texas Brazos Trail Region packet containing information about our program, which I'll reference today. And to start, I'd like to ask if any of you have seen our sign, which we've brought the life-size sign size that is actually the size that you will see along the highways. I know that for a fact because I got out there on the highway, although I don't recommend it. I've already done the groundwork, but that's the actual size, even though when you're passing it, it may not look that large. But that represents the Texas Brazos Trail Region, and we're one of 10 trail regions in Texas. We encourage you to take note as you travel by them and know that they represent heritage sites, attractions, events, and stories of the past. These signs are a symbol of visitable places where travelers can learn more about Texas history, experience it, and connect within a day or two drive throughout our beautiful and historic region. These signs also represent partnerships and collaborations and connectivity with regional, county, and community organizations. The Texas Brazos Trail Region program, which you have generously supported for many years, is a regional heritage tourism nonprofit. So let's see, slide 3 for me, if you will. All right. We are proud to be your time traveler and storytelling partner representing an 18-county region. We remain dedicated to promoting and dedicating our education efforts to the public about heritage tourism sites, events, and attractions, and partnering with county and community representatives and local stakeholders. Our area encompasses 9 rivers, 12 recreation lakes, 8 state parks, all of which are integral parts of our region's heritage that we proudly promote. Okay. Next slide, I believe, there. And then one more for me.
One more.
All right. And most of this that you'll see on the slideshow is also in your packet. Thanks to ongoing sponsorships like McLennan County, we have achieved significant milestones in heritage tourism, economic development, and historic preservation. Your sponsorship has been instrumental in us partnering with organizations and supporting projects including heritage events, interpretive signage, and other preservation initiatives. It has enabled us to support organizations such as Creative Waco, Historic Waco, the Dr. Pepper Museum, and many others. We also will continue to collaborate with smaller communities like Lorena, Troy, Belmead, and organizations such as the Texas Ranger Hall of Fame and Museum, the Texas Sports Hall of Fame, the Mayborn Museum, and the Waco National Monument. Your continued support has been pivotal to these successes, and we hope to continue to do so. All right. The economic impact of heritage travel to our region is substantial. As shown in the provided data flyer, which has been updated to the 2023 statistics, heritage tourism brings significant financial benefits to our area, supporting local businesses and contributing to the overall economic health of the communities within our region. I want to share with you some of the, let's see, next slide for me if you will. Some of the projects proposed for fiscal year 25 include enhancing the Texas Brazos Trail Region's website via the Texas Time Travel Portal to improve user experience and drive more visitors to heritage sites. Increasing activity on social media channels with targeted campaigns to amplify events and attractions in McLennan County communities. Continuing our marketing and promotion by redesigning marketing materials, enhancing outreach efforts to attract more visitors to our region. And allocating small grants to support heritage and cultural events in McLennan County and throughout the region, helping local organizations execute impactful projects. And that's not all. There's more. We're planning to increase our trade show participation to promote McLennan County's events and cultural richness to international travel markets, partnering with the Waco CVB at various expos and events in Texas, including the upcoming State Fair of Texas this fall. In addition, we're planning and implementing the Brazos Trail Region celebration events. This is a new initiative to provide heritage education and encourage exploration of lesser-known heritage sites. In developing a Brazos Trail Region Ambassador Training Program, this is already ongoing when we're working with local HOAs, which are expressing they're seeing an influx of new residents from out of Texas, and they want to know more about the history of Texas and where they can go to experience it. So we're excited about that. And then on our next slide, advertising and publications like Authentic Texas, the Heritage Magazine of Texas, solely committed to heritage of Texas, which showcases our region's heritage and is distributed throughout Texas and beyond to attract diverse audiences to our region. We've included several issues of this publication in your packet, and the next one will be coming out in August on outdoor adventure. The one that is out now with Fair Park architecture and the story within on Fair Park is also included in your packet, but that whole issue is dedicated to the history of architecture in Texas. Subscriptions are available at authentictexas.com, where folks can subscribe. They're distributed at select visitor centers across the state, and then they're sold also at Barnes & Noble, H-E-B, and United Supermarkets, both in and out of Texas. All right. McLennan County's partnership is vital. Your support enables us to enhance cultural vibrancy, education, and economic impact in McLennan County and the region. For fiscal year 2025, we're requesting a continued sponsorship support of $15,000 to sustain our efforts and partnership. The purpose of this request is to support ongoing and upcoming projects enhancing regional heritage tourism and drive economic impact. And the impact, your support will drive regional heritage promotion, collaboration, and foster cultural and economic development in McLennan County and beyond. Thank you for your consideration, and we look forward to collaborative efforts. And don't forget to look for those signs out there as you're traveling through beautiful, historic Brazos Trail region. Again, this is the actual size. We thought we'd bring that for the visual for you today. And so many things have changed, but this program remains steadfast and strong, and we look forward to your support, if you will consider that greatly. So thank you for your time today and your willingness for us to come and speak before you.
Thank you.
I'll answer any questions if you may have.
Any questions?
Do you have an information booth at the Heart of Texas Fair and Rodeo? Do y'all do one there?
Do,
An information booth, a presence at the Heart of Texas Fair and Rodeo? Do y'all do
Heart of Texas Fair Rodeo.
in October?
In October. One of the things that we did last year is we worked very closely with the Texas Ranger Association Foundation, and we traveled to each of those last year. What that did and that experience showed us the visibility that we had at those shows across the state, starting with the one in January in Fort Worth, and then traveling all through Texas. So that's what I can tell you about that.
Okay. I'm talking the Heart of Texas Fair and Rodeo that runs for 2 weeks in October.
Yeah, and where,
In Waco, at the Extra Coast Event Center in Waco.
that is one that we have not participated in, but that's certainly one that, that we could put on our radar. With the experience last year with traveling, that was an organization and initiative that until last year, and working with the celebration of the 200-year bicentennial of the Texas Ranger, we knew that that was kind of a new area of interest and initiative that we want to be a part of and continue to be a part of. So, but we have not been present at that one, so thank you
You
for
might
that.
consider it. It's
Yeah,
a big big turnout.
Yeah.
absolutely.
You know, it's events like this magazine here covers a lot of activities across the Brazos Valley area and having articles about the Heart of Texas Fair and all that, and these kind of articles, books.
Two issues that are coming up for winter and then the spring next year. One is on the history of preservation and how all that kind of came about. And then leading into the rodeo season, we'll be featuring the history of the cowboy in Texas.
Well,
So
this-
that will
so
be
that's
kind of a
perfect.
That'd go
perfect
perfect.
timing.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's
So, yeah, it
the
is.
early, what, first week in October?
Generally starts first Friday of October.
Okay.
Or
And it
the first
goes-
weekend of.
First weekend, and it goes, and I'll
It goes through 2 weekends.
2 week. Okay.
And, but I think the bigger story is all the activities, like right now, there's what's called a elite barrel racing event, and it's one of the top, I guess you'd call it jackpot, but it's
Yeah.
it's a lot of added money to it. There's millions and millions of dollars of investments that are put
Wow.
in there, and it's quite
Fantastic.
quite the deal. So there'll be over 1,000
Who,
contestants.
it wouldn't be Wes, but who's in charge out there that they would,
Wes.
would it be Wes?
Is it West?
He's got
Wes
staff,
Allison?
but Wes is the king of interviews, and he really knows how to
Gotcha.
present.
Okay.
Yeah, but
And-
Wes Allison is his name.
Wes Allison. Okay. Wonderful. Thank you for that.
And just the connection is we own the facility, but they're the nonprofit organization that has hired him, runs the fair and rodeo and all that, but it brings economic impact in the community. There's actually events that bring more economic impact
Yeah.
here than the fair and rodeo is a lot of local. But
Yes.
there's many other, there's hardly any locals, and it'd be packed out there, and there are people coming from all over the country.
And that's what we're talking about there
Great
too.
presence,
Yes,
visibility.
yes,
Yeah.
Out there
yes.
to be able to have something.
Yes,
So the-
probably nationally and internationally as
Oh, yeah.
well.
They
So
just finished an international
that's
junior
fant-
Brangus show out there that was huge.
Yeah.
yes,
Yeah,
so
these-
that's fantastic.
So the request is for the same amount that we had last year, isn't that right?
Yes, in prior years, 2
Yeah.
years ago.
That's fine.
And then the other thing is, Dustin, you can check on this, but, whether we're linking their website to ours,
Yeah.
as well.
Yes, sir, we'll check.
Yes,
Okay, well,
Very
if there's
good.
not any other questions,
Just a comment.
yeah.
I'm looking forward to getting home this evening and going through this.
No kidding,
Yes.
reading
This
all
is
of
the
it.
best
Yes.
presentation we've had from you guys, so this is incredible, and I'm excited
wonderful,
about it.
wonderful. And I will say, one of the things that we're very proud of, a couple things with Authentic Texas publication, there's 2 requirements to get in. It's heritage-related and a visitable place where people can visit. So we want to educate really the world on the visitable places in Texas. And it's also evergreen. The stories are evergreen. So it's not one that you can, it's more of a table, a coffee table book. So I
absolutely.
welcome you to enjoy those, and they will continue as we continue to look for those stories to share. The undertold and untold stories are the ones we're really passionate about.
Yeah.
And we'll continue to do that.
At a younger point in my life, I used to know all the trails and had the maps that the highway department put out,
Yes.
the Lakes
Yeah.
Trail, the.
Yes.
I can't even think of all of them now, Gulf Coast Trail, there was a.
Yes, tropical.
Brazos Trail, there was 100 of them. Forts Trail,
Forts Trail.
Yeah.
Plains,
yeah,
mountains.
had the certain, all the cities
Yes.
outlined in it. It's
Yes.
just-
Let's go.
No, you go ahead.
One of the things that we support involved in is a program that the Greater Waco Chamber of Commerce is doing for us called In Waco.
Okay,
And what it does is it's going out, it's a different approach
okay,
of bringing talented workforce to the community.
yes,
So
Yes.
so there's some people that have skills and they can go anywhere to work.
yes,
And so they want to live in a place that fits what they're, in their mind, is what they're wanting. From
Yes.
them and their family. So we promote all the assets of the community, the lifestyle, different options people have. Of course, one of them is we have a lot of outdoor activities. We have a lot of water activities, and then there's
Yes.
college sports and all those kind of things.
that's right.
And so we push that out there, and then when we get feedback from them that they're interested in
Yeah.
more, then we start talking about job placement from
Very good. And that's wonderful, and that's one of the things that we'll be, with our publication, we'll want to work with the Waco Chamber of Commerce for distribution in their packets when they're doing their economic development efforts for industry. So we'll continue that education component, which we strongly believe in.
And you mentioned smaller communities. I know a lot of the smaller communities do welcome packets for people new to the community, and businesses, organizations are invited to put information in that packet that they hand out to, when you come and sign up for your water meter.
That's right.
They hand them that. And
That's
those are
right.
Great
That's right.
places.
That's where we want to also be present. So
That's
that's
right.
where we're continuing that effort and doing that as well. So,
A lot of opportunities, and I know that always too
Absolutely.
few hands to go around sometimes.
right, I always say it's a team sport. So even just sharing information like you have this morning back with us, we value that greatly because it is a team sport, and we will continue to work
Y'all
together.
done a beautiful job.
So thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for your time today. And I will say I want to also thank the staff for the county. Francis, Dustin, Cody have been just incredibly wonderful. So
Cody's gonna send you the contact information for Wes Allison at the
wonderful.
Arts Fair.
All right. Well, I thank you. Thank you very much for your time. We appreciate being here
job.
this morning.
Thank y'all. Yes, okay.
Measure it like Pam did, please.
Well, yeah, so I was dedicated to get out there. This, where I measured the sign was out on Highway 7, or actually Highway 6. I just had come off of 7, led me to 6.
Yes.
But you won't find them on I-35. You'll find them on the routes before all of the highway development happened in
Yeah.
last century.
We
So,
appreciate it.
thank you again for your time.
You bet. Thank you,
All right.
guys. Be careful in your travels.
Thank you.
Okay. What you got next,
So up
Francis?
next, we have Greater Waco Sports Commission with Mike Vogelar. So he should be here momentarily. While we're waiting on him, I just wanted to give you an update. We did get the certified values yesterday
Saw that.
from the appraisal district. The tax office has all the information from us that they need to calculate the final rates. And I know they're working as furiously as they can, so hopefully we might have something maybe today or tomorrow, and then we'll know what those are, so we can really plug in and play with the numbers. So just an update there, if you hadn't seen that. And I hadn't compared how it looked to the preliminary numbers yet. I just hadn't had a chance to.
Okay.
But
All right, morning, Mike.
Don't sit down there.
if you want to go
All right, I
ahead.
was like, I see it up there, but. Sorry,
Thank you.
down for 9:30.
So like I mentioned, Greater Waco Sports Commission, Mike Fogelar's with us. And this, we have previously housed this cost in the Economic Development Department within the general fund. So it's under that umbrella.
Appreciate y'all's time. I don't know if you guys have printouts, if you prefer printouts versus monitors. I should pass them out this way.
Of course, make sure they get around. Yes, sir.
Sorry.
Thank you.
It's great being here.
Good to have you.
So I've created a presentation for us. It is lengthy, but it's got a lot of pictures, which is the way I always like it. Try and keep things simple. But wanted to be able to just take a couple minutes just to, again, re-explain who the Greater Waco Sports Commission is, and then also what we have been doing, and then where we're headed for the future. So overview, again, as a recap, we were founded in 2015. We're a 501c3. I'm entering into my third year of leadership here with the Sports Commission. We've expanded our board members to 18 board members. And so I gave you guys a printout so that you can see who some of those different leaders are. The next slide will also recap who they are. We've also here recently created 2 different committees, a marketing community outreach committee, as well as a facilities development. And then, as I told you guys in the first 2-3 different presentations that I've had over the years, our staff was a staff of 1 to start with, and we had a staff of 2. And my whole saying was similar to the Army: when you have 2, you have 1. When you have 1, you have none. And so we really needed to be able to kind of create some of that stability, right? If there was any turnover or change, we needed to be able to have other people on the team to be able to continue to carry the mission on, so that there wasn't a lapse in understanding of the operations. So I'm excited to say that behind me, I've got Lauren Neer, who just joined our staff as our 3rd member yesterday. So this is day 2. And so I said, hey, no better time and opportunity than to come to Commissioner's Court and see some of our great partners. So next slide shows the board members. Again, just a quick little recap. Most of the folks on the left-hand side are continued board members, including our own Jim Smith here, thank you. And then some of our new board members since the last time we spoke is Jason Lavender with TFMB Your Bank for Life, Kevin Gall out of the Baylor Athletics Department, Erica Sutton, who's a professor at Baylor, owner of a physical therapy office here in town, as well as a Team Waco alumni member, Josh Young, who's the GM of KWTX, Brenda Hernandez, who is the CFO for the City of Woodway, as well as Russ Bookbinder, who some of you guys have met before in some of these other different speaking sessions, a former ED for San Antonio Sports. Next slide. This is the hierarchy of essentially what I just explained. So Rachel and I have been running the operations. We're adding Lauren to the staff to be able to help with essentially corporate development and partnerships. So how can we help with, again, economic development and tying the different businesses to the sporting programs? And then we've got 3 grad assistants that are part of our staff for this upcoming year. Cody, Annie, and Caitlin, they are all part of the Baylor Sports Management Program. And so that provides us an opportunity to be able to give back to the community, work with the students, as well as create a environment of learning for the next generation for sports program stuff. So next slide. We've also kind of are going undergoing some rebranding. And so what we are changing our tagline to is empowering the heart of Central Texas through sport. And so we do that through 3 different mediums. So the first one is developing healthy youth, communities, and family, supporting impactful events, and advocating for first-class facilities. So as I go through this presentation, each one of these is going to address those different categories. Next slide. The first one is developing healthy youth, communities, and family. Next slide. This is showcasing Team Waco. This is a program that we have created to be able to help support awareness of Ironman, which is obviously one of our biggest events and economic impacts for the community. This year, we are entering into our 3rd year of the program. We had 48 applicants from the county. We interviewed 14, and we had 8 finalists. These people, their stories are incredible. They represent who and what this county is all about, and I'll kind of go into a little bit of this. We've partnered with different businesses, and each one of these scholarships that they have, as far as race entries, consulting, gym membership, access to essentially recovery, is about $6,500 a piece. So you times that out by 8 scholarships, and that's over a $50,000 community program that we've put together. Next slide. The incredible thing is that over the last 3 years, we've been able to impact 19 lives deeply. There's not going to be a big quantity, right, with this Team Waco program, but the depth and the testimony from each one of these people is extremely touching. And so even alumni have continued to serve in this program. Next slide. We are able to highlight them through the Baylor Homecoming Parade. They continue to stay active. You see the photo in the bottom right-hand corner. That was Try Waco. And so there are so many people that are getting touched by this program and by these individuals that are overcoming their mental, financial, and physical hurdles. And so it is a really touching and moving thing, and being able to see that. Next slide. These are some snapshots of last year's Team Waco that finished the Ironman. Next one. So this is very recent. So Caden is part of our Team Waco program. He was adopted from Ethiopia in 2008. His family lived in Washington State, then moved to Mahia, and then moved to Waco in 2019. He has shared this on one of our podcasts that we've put out, so he's comfortable with me sharing this. But his family essentially starved him from food for a week. Caden's about 4'11", and he weighed about 50 pounds. And so he was in the hospital for a week recovering from that. He then went into the foster care system here, so he has overcome homelessness, suicidal thoughts, isolation, loneliness. He applied for Team Waco, and of course, we just wanted to be able to help support him in this journey. And so what's really incredible is he just graduated from MCC. He's got a scholarship to go to Baylor. He got in an accident, though, riding with Team Waco 10 days ago, last weekend. And he broke 3 of his fingers, one of them potentially being an open fracture. Because of Caden and his background, he does not have medical insurance. And so you can only imagine not having parents, not knowing how to handle things. Team Waco has come around him. Robert, here on the bottom right-hand photo, he is part of Team Waco this year. He has essentially housed Caden in his home. Team Waco has helped support Caden with meals, with programs, partnering with some of the different local hospitals. They've helped cover some of the different bills. Team Waco members have helped cover some of the different medical expenses. This is the type of community, it's more than just a race. And so it is really, really incredible to see how people are coming together to be able to support each other here in this county. Next slide. Again, I could go on and on and on about Team Waco, but I won't. So supporting impactful events. Next slide. Here's a list of some of the different events that we have impacted in a significant way since last July, and then what we're also forecasting for this upcoming year through October and essentially this fiscal year. So everything from volleyball tournaments, jiu-jitsu at the base, first robotics, UIL championships with tennis, badass half marathon. We hosted some of our own different events. I'll slide through some of these different photos pretty quickly if you go to the next slide. This is Glow Over Waco. This was the 5K fun run that we put on for the Eclipse weekend to be able to help support travel and tourism to Waco. Next slide. Here's another shot. This was just on University Drive. Next shot.
Goodness gracious.
It was great to be able to see just the youth that we were able to, be able to support, as well as the families. Next slide. Again, great event. We had close to 600 people participate. Next slide. So for a first-year event, that was great. This was obviously the concert that the city had just right down the street from us. So we had a drone photographer that was taking aerial shots of all the different events. Next slide. This was the Donut Dash, so we partnered with Camp Finfo, again, to be able to promote travel and tourism, as well as corporate partnerships. So we had a 4K fun run a month later there on the property so that people can see and explore all the different amenities that they have there because they've either driven by it but never been on campus. Next slide. Some more shots. Next slide. We can just kind of scroll through these. These are some of our volunteers and board members. Lisa's with Providence Ascension, Donut Dash, just great decorations around the area. Celebrating with Nightlight Donut. They created custom donuts, gold, silver, and bronze for second and third for everybody. Here's Beast of the Brazos. This is our open water swim that replicates the Ironman. We've created a training weekend. It's upcoming again. We're doing our 5th year. Every year it's been growing. So we've had year-over-year growth, which is really exciting. This provides an opportunity for folks to be able to come to the county to be able to practice on the Ironman course and then be able to do the Ironman race the next weekend. Waco Wild West is the very next day, so you can do the swim one day and you can do the bike ride the next day. And both of them are having record registration right now. Next slide. This was March Mayhem. So this was a volleyball tournament that we had in March at the base, which we also had another tournament, the Centex Challenge, that was in December at the base. And so this is pulling in 115 volleyball teams. They want to be able to grow it. And so they're coming back in December and they rented out the Extraco Event Center. And so they're going to add more courts to it. And they're pulling in about 150 to 160 teams. They think that they could do more. But for right now, they told everybody that they wanted to be in one site. And so they're holding off on having another site. So again, trying to fill in the county facilities with these travel and tourism events. Next slide. Waco Rowing Center has done a phenomenal job of hosting these different regattas. And so obviously this is Trading House Creek Reservoir and the incredible work you guys have done as far as investing in that infrastructure with the beach. Matt and the rest of the team there at Waco Rowing Club has done a great job of hosting these regattas. And so we just want to continue to promote them and this activity and of course the county's resources and parks. Next slide. Iron Kids, this was an event that we were able to parlay with Ironman, and we had close to 250 kids. Obviously, parents were there as well that participated, and they got to run a mile course and cross the Ironman bridge. We're having it again this year. We expect it to grow to 300 to 400 kids. And again, that's our mission of being able to have economic impact while impacting families here. Next slide. You guys have seen the Ironman photos year after year, but again, it's something that I don't want to grow callous to. This is a really big event and really important, and at any point in time, they could say, hey, we don't have the numbers, we don't have the support, and so we're out. So to continue to grow it, support it, and promote it really is really, really key. So I had conversations with the leadership yesterday, and so they're really excited. We're tracking about 300 registrations farther than we were last year at this point. And so that's just due to some strategic changes that we've done with registration and date selection and everything else. So again, really excited about that. Next slide. Some great finish line photos. Next slide. Then we get into advocating for first-class facilities. Next slide. So for advocating facilities, we have created, as I mentioned, a committee, and it's got 12-plus community members, some board members, some private members, and essentially the idea is to be able to create a group that wants to be able to vision cast and be a resource for either public or private conversations about facilities. So it was this group that was able to work with Mundos and Associates for the county's facility discussions and study. We're still having discussions with the chair of that committee, Rick Tolis, about some other different ideas. This committee has also worked with Hunden Partners, which is the city of Waco's consulting group that they've hired to be able to help strategize for their ballpark utilizations. And then their most recent and current study is they're doing an indoor and outdoor sports tourism assessment. And so I've been very busy with connecting them with different coaches, tournament directors, facility personnel, so that they can have the best information and the most information versus everything that they're doing remotely from Chicago. And then lastly, of course, we want to be able to promote other different facilities, and so including City of Woodway's newly opened Woodway Family Center. How can we help utilize that, promote it, because it's a great facility for the community as well as potentially other different events. Next slide. So again, that's a recap of those three different focuses that we have, but as far as future opportunities, next slide. And then next one, bid. So again, trying to, draw on some economic impact. We have been working with different folks here in the community with trying to recruit the USA Triathlon Multi-Sport Festival. This has taken place in Irving in 22 and 23. This past year, or this June, it took place in Omaha, so 24 and 25. So they're looking for host sites for 26, 27, 28, 29. This would be a 5-day multi-sport festival. They've got about 9 different sprint races, short races, and so of course we want to be able to utilize the best resources that we have here. So I don't think it's a question of if McClellan County is the best location. It's more so just making sure that financially it makes sense for all parties involved. Monster Games is also another fitness challenge that's looking for a home. They're out of Missouri. They're continuing to grow, and I think Waco would be a fantastic destination for them in Central Texas to be able to draw from the 22 million people that live within 3-hour drive from here. Next, there's also Slam Ball. I don't know if any of you guys remember Slam Ball from probably the late 90s, basically trampoline with basketball. It's made a resurgence, and so they're looking to be able to try and find some different host sites to be able to create their tournament. They're going to be starting in Australia this year, and so I've talked to them and even had a conversation earlier this week with the owner, and I think in my mind that if we could host something like that at Foster Pavilion, that would be fantastic, great venue.
So I was around in the 90s, but I don't remember slam ball. I
Yeah,
remember dodgeball.
it was a small niche sport, so if you saw it, you remembered it.
Yeah,
It's
bouncing on
not the deal where
trampoline.
you hit the ball on the net and try to get somebody else to hit the ball on you jump and you hit the ball on the thing and it
It's
goes.
basically
So that's spike ball,
Spike ball.
and that's a little bit smaller. This is a basketball court, but basically inside the 3-point range is all trampolines. And so you got people that are probably about 10, 15 feet in the air, and there's a little bit of combat.
It used to be on TV. They used to have some of it on TV.
So you've seen it. Yep. So that's exactly. So we're trying to coordinate ESPN schedule as well as facilities. And so I think something like that, if we could bring it to Waco, they're looking for summertime. And so that's my strategy is, hey, how can we utilize some of the
Indoor.
facilities availability, as well as also talking to the hoteliers of when the slow times are. In the summertime, obviously, anything
That's what
outdoor
we're
is tough.
interested in.
I think I'm gonna stick with whack-a-mole at Chuck E. Cheese. This sounds good.
Yeah, you got to protect your ACLs for sure. Okay, next slide. Okay, so Corporate Cup Challenge. I will tell you, I am very excited about this. This is something that my board, we have talked about in our strategic sessions dating back even to November, but San Antonio does a really good job of putting on one of these events, as well as a lot of other different communities like Indianapolis, Plano, Richardson. And essentially what it is a corporate picnic and also an adult field day for businesses. It's an opportunity for us to be able to create health and wellness in the community and create a competitive platform while also trying to connect with businesses, help them understand what the Sports Commission does, and to be able to connect people while allowing them to be able to showcase their company culture. So we went down to San Antonio at the beginning of June to watch and witness theirs. They've been a great partner, giving us a lot of different resources, but that's another reason that we brought Lauren onto our staff is to be able to help add our capacity to be able to make this a signature event here in this community and in Central Texas. It can draw businesses from other different areas, and then it also provides an opportunity for business recruitment to the community when they ask, hey, what are some of the different things that McClellan County offers compared to some of the other different counties? This would just be another opportunity for the chamber and some of those other different economic development recruiters to be able to say, hey, this is another program that we have in this community. We already have strong support from Baylor University, KWTX. We secured a title partner verbal agreement, so I've got it unnamed, and then we've got a number of other organizations that have expressed their very strong interest and support of this event. And so next slides, I'm gonna show you some photos of what it looks like down in San Antonio. They've got all the tailgates, all the celebrations. Next slide. I've got videos as well. They've got T-shirt design contest so that you can showcase your company pride. Next slide. They've got barbecue cook-offs. They've got a 2K walk to kick everything off. They have about 7,000 to 8,000 people that come out for this event on an annual basis. They've been doing it for about 14 years. But it's simple events. It's can jam, it's frisbee throws, it's cornhole. Next slide. It's a potato sack race, tug of war, football throw. But you can see how there's a lot of energy and excitement, and people are looking forward to do this. Next slide. You've got dodgeball. Next slide. And then you get to celebrate it, right? With the corporate cup and really incentivize that idea to go all in on this so that you can have the bragging rights. Next slide. Then these are some of the different victors. And so down in San Antonio, they've got, the city, they've got county representatives, because every business, every organization needs to be able to have a team building exercise, especially coming out of COVID. People have just felt so connected. So to create something like this for people to look forward to, and you've got the balance of competitiveness on the field, but then also hospitality and corporate development. This is one of the only chances that you might have a president and also your janitor all there underneath the same tent, and getting to hang out. And so Waco and McClellan County doesn't have something like this. And so if we can create that, we'd love to be able to do it. Next slide. So the other future goal, this is not where we're at right now. We've got to continue to grow, but all this leads to, in the future, I would love to, again, do that community and youth development. And so I play as an initiative where you work with kids third to fifth grade, help them with physical activities, physical fitness, teach them about teamwork, lifestyles, enduring through sports and the hardship of it so that you can learn valuable life skills. And so it's a great program. I would love to be able to bring it to Waco, but capacity-wise, with all the other things that we're doing, I'm just sharing, hey, this is where I want to be able to get to potentially in the next 3 years. And so your continued support of the Sports Commission has allowed us to do all these things in the past, allow us to be able to work on adding to it, like the Corporate Cup, and then these are some of our other different goals for the future. Questions, comments?
You're doing a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot of activity.
A lot of
and,
that.
we
Mike,
do
y'all have really,
appreciate the board, all the board, for working on this. One thing I'm impressed with, multiple things, but that we offer a lot of activities for all different socioeconomic groups. And, doing an analysis of that is important. I know, working with the rowing group, looking at the participants and where they hit in the socioeconomic level, tells us that, if they come to town, they're gonna spend some money. And then the other thing this court's really interested in is what events have multiple nights, overnight stays, because we get, as you know, 2% on the bed tax of the whole, any facility in the county. That we can put towards trying to create more venue out at the fairgrounds. So, but any questions anybody have?
I would just comment that I had the opportunity this past Sunday to throw out the first pitch for the Southwest Regional Softball Tournament. And it's about second or third year. And the first year I started pretty close to the mound. This year I was about 10 foot from the catcher.
You go underhand?
It was softball, so I was able to go underhand. Yeah,
Okay.
thank goodness. But I appreciate that opportunity. It's always a fun time to be out there, Mike.
But his next step is to throw out the first bowling ball where he can roll it.
Like it.
Y'all do a remarkable job. You really do. I did notice you said when you made the presentation here to the court that you were going to show a lot of pictures. I don't know if there was a reason for that, instead of words. So.
Yeah, well,
Do you notice that?
I like pictures.
I'm
So.
just kidding. That was very impressive to see the numbers and
No, we
everything,
like the
what's
visuals.
going on.
very good.
Compliment you, Mike. Yeah, since you've gotten here, it's come a long way.
You've really grown it. You've really grown it.
Yep. What's,
I'd say that's because of the support of folks like y'all. And so I just appreciate the opportunity and support that you guys have shown in us. And we're not done.
So Francis, tell us about the
So
ask.
the ask is 130,000 for fiscal year '25. And just as a reminder, current year rather, 2024, 120,000 was included in the budget.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
All right, well, we're still working on the budget. I think, court sees a lot of good from what's going on with the sports commission, and, it's well managed, and a lot of participation from the board members and all of that. But we tell everybody until we adopt the final budget, we'll let you know.
Sounds great.
Sounds good.
I really appreciate the opportunity to be able to share with you guys. Thank you
Yep.
for your time. Thank you.
Thank y'all.
And I think this is Lauren.
This is, I'm sorry.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
Hi, Lauren. Appreciate you.
See Mike.
One comment real quickly. I'd like to see if maybe Dustin, someone could contact Waco and see if we can nudge them toward matching what we're doing.
They don't match what we do?
Well, I think they're a little under.
Well, that's,
Well, the reason, is because of the Convention Tourism Bureau, they're throwing it all in the same deal, but we can ask them
We
anything.
can ask them.
Yeah.
We can ask them. They do, he started out as a one-person band
Yeah,
and has been able to grow it through his efforts and his connections with Baylor. Getting those interns is a big deal, and adding people. They work during the week, but so much of their work is done every weekend. That's when all these activities are taking place, on weekends. They spend a lot of time and effort in them. And I think
that's
we're seeing-
disappointing that Baylor does, that the city doesn't participate at the same amount we do.
Now, I don't, Commissioner, don't hold me to it, but I think that's correct. I think they're a little under us. I would like to see them match us, so. I think it would benefit, not just because it's the right thing to do, or we think it's the right thing to do, because it benefits this organization, which benefits the city and the county.
Because, they get revenue off those, they get
Big time.
hotel motel tax also too.
Big time. Okay.
okay.
So next, switching gears completely, but I thought maybe it'd be a good time this morning to talk about road and bridge, just in general. And I think, we have multiple topics that you could cover, and you can kind of lead us where you want to go with that discussion. Of course, there are the departments in the general fund. So you have the operating budgets, if y'all want to go through those and speak on those. Then we have, I know Zane had sent out his listing of the future projects and the timeline there. And so, and we have that on the drive as well. I made some copies too, if y'all want to go through those and talk through those. And then also just future plans, if there's anything we want to talk about moving forward. I know we started that discussion at the retreat some weeks back. But if that's okay to proceed to that topic. I'll just,
Okay,
again,
yeah.
let y'all, do you want to go through the departments first? Is that something that you feel like you need to explain any request to each other? Or if you've had time to review it, you all may be good?
Just on operations and capital
Yes,
outlay and
so
things of
from
that.
supplies down to capital outlay and contingencies.
Well, if, one of the things in Road and Bridge that, Commissioner Perry, brought up the other day is, trying to kind of match up, miles per employee and those kind of things. And, I'm not sure what my schedule's gonna be over the next couple of days, so if we could, if that's all right with you, Commissioner, talk about that and,
Yes.
push around some ideas and numbers and,
As far as operational goes, unless you've seen something that's out of the ordinary or that doesn't add up, I don't think that I necessarily need to see a line.
I didn't see.
And I know a lot of work and detail backs up all of those numbers, so,
Okay.
okay.
We were satisfied with what we turned in as far as asking for next year, as far as what our precinct needs done and so forth. So, you know,
Okay.
I can only speak to that.
Okay, and if you want to review them anymore, you can always come back if you do have further questions for each other.
and I was speaking mainly to personnel, in precinct 4, but I also had another, something I want to bring up, as well. And I'll go ahead and start with that, Commissioner, if that's okay, just to.
Sure.
In Road and Bridge, to have a contingency, in other words, above the precinct numbers, contingency fund, to be sure we have adequate money for special projects. Or, in areas where certain precincts are way far behind and need to be caught up, and we might not be able to do it with, our own, crews. It might be that some things need to be farmed out. But precinct 2 is in really bad condition. I've driven, of course, I live out in that area, but I've driven a lot of the roads, since the passing of Commissioner Miller, and, it is, horrible in a lot of places, and how people get back and forth to work is a challenge, and, you know, and I can name some roads, but I think generally speaking, everybody knows that it's been bad. To look at it from a standpoint of what's been budgeted over the last, many years, I've been here 12 years, but even back before that, I think it would prove out that precinct had never spent their budget, way short. And so really the taxpayers really hadn't spent any money. I mean, hadn't spent all the money necessary to keep deferred maintenance and general maintenance to par of the others. But I'm not saying there's not other precincts that do not have similar issues in spots, but they've been well managed, and the commissioners have done a really good job there. And not to disparage anyone else, but I'm just telling you the facts of what I see out there. And I'm not a road and bridge commissioner. I just know a little bit about driving. And I was on the road.
Bad road's a bad road.
Yeah, I was on the road, went back the second time, and then I drove over to Axtell and looked at another situation, but where it's so rubboard that I was doing 20 miles an hour in straight road, gravel, but you could not hardly keep the vehicle straight. And it wasn't where the big power companies are coming in there. They're taking care, under their road use agreement or whatever, for whatever reasons, their part that they're coming in out on is perfect. It's watered, it's bladed, it's all that. It's wanting to get on the other side. So it's hard for Road and Bridge 2 to stop what they're doing. They're so far behind like the rest of y'all, and fixing to start a lot of, mowing and those kind of things. So you get my point. And I just think that we need to take that in consideration. If we have money in the contingency, then as we identify projects that need to be looked at, engineering would help us say, yeah, this is a problem and here's the cure. And then we decide, comes back to court, and like I say, no matter what precinct it's in, say this needs special attention. It can't wait till another budget time. We might want to consider outside vendors to look at this and, take a educated approach on those kind of things.
Judge, it sounds like you're heading right into the countywide road and bridge line item.
Yeah. And I called it a contingency, but you're right. It's
Right, and
proper identification.
What did we have in that last year?
In countywide road and
Yes.
bridge. So there are multiple lines, if you're just talking about just the line item that we were
Contingency.
so there is no contingency in countywide road and bridge. The 4 precincts
I was
have.
I was using the wrong term.
We did it one time, I think, though, a few
We
years
did.
ago.
We had
Yes.
extra.
Yes, but there's 250,000 in each of the 4
each
precincts.
To the 4.
Yes, so there's $1 million total.
Contingency there, and then road countywide had,
Countywide doesn't have anything?
No, we pulled the contingency out
last
of
year?
there. We weren't, it wasn't.
Wasn't
it hadn't
getting
been
used?
touched, yes.
Yeah, it hadn't been used so long, that's the reason we
And
pulled
of
it
course,
out.
things have changed since
I
then.
slightly remember that.
How much of the 250 was used out of each one? Was any,
We generally use most of ours.
you did use it?
We do.
Yeah, okay. So I'm not saying take that away at all.
Right.
Where are you in the?
Maybe we just need to.
So Haley has brought up, this is.
No matter
Department-
what you do, So we estimate cost, we estimate the cost of something 2 months ago. And then what it actually is when we get in October generally is always higher. And there's,
Cost is higher, yeah.
and it's such a fluid, I mean, it's, kind of, I don't want to have any negative connotation, but sometimes we're flying by the seat of our pants.
Yeah, yeah.
Because stuff breaks.
Inflation, yeah, it's subject to inflation.
Stuff breaks, things wash out,
Yeah.
things like that, so.
50-year floods
Yeah, right.
in 1 month and.
So would it be,
And drought, the drought, the drought has devastated these trees.
Yeah.
And so, that is,
So I want to throw something out right quick and see if you guys agree. I think the intent and the idea behind the countywide was to help Precinct 2 get caught up. We can't make that decision, and that's why the funds weren't used, and I think that's why we pulled them. I think it needs to go back into that, but we need to push the issue and make sure that they're used. Because there's no way, I mean, we're all in a pickle right now with what we've had, but Precinct 2 has been in that situation for quite some time. And I think I would like to see us put some money back in the countywide road and bridge, knowing that and pushing that and saying that might be something that you have to take the lead on, is going out and saying, hey, we need this done and that done. And whose budget is it coming out of? Well, countywide would be. But do y'all agree? Do y'all think we?
Yeah, but all the court makes that decision on any funding, so I think we'd be okay.
Right,
making that
right, but I just think that we had a great thought and an idea, but it didn't get followed, we didn't follow through.
Yeah,
And I think it's time that we do something about that out
yeah.
there.
We've got, countywide, we've got $500,000 on professional services in there still.
And those, like you can see, definitely that budget is needed, if not more. But what that has been accommodating is those costs that are related to,
Engineering services.
yeah, things that are getting, in preparation for projects.
Right away, maybe.
Then when we've gone, forward and you said, okay, we're contracting this project out, here's this large lump sum, then we've either been using bond funds, we have used that infrastructure line here, but primarily we've been using bond funds for those. And that was the indication y'all gave us last year, that you would like those bigger projects to go to bond funds. So professional services, again, those services that are needed to, what projects are we doing? Why do we need them? How do, what do we need?
I was
So
just
that's
looking
where
at
those
different
are going.
lines and numbers.
Yes, sir.
Cleanup is our contracted cleanup that we
Correct,
use, okay?
correct. Weekly billings there.
Software licensing, okay.
so let's take the cleanup, for example. How do y'all think that's working?
It's working well for us.
It's doing okay. You wish you had a mower, but more means more money, so, we're doing the best.
There
we
you
can.
go. How do we want our roads to look? How do we want our ditches to look?
We want them to look nice.
Yeah. So
I would,
I think that's, a pretty good,
Can you take bond money and move it into, like, countywide road construction, or you just leave it in
has
bond
to be
until
like
you spend
for,
it?
to build a road, build a.
Yes, and so it would have to fall into one of the categories that bond was specifically
Okay,
issued
do we have
for.
any bonds that were for road construction or reconstruction or
Yeah,
maintenance?
yes, and we're already doing that now, so.
Yeah, in all of our bonds,
That should be
we
at
put
use.
language that
Yes.
says we can use it to build roads.
Yes. And I know because those are hard to know exactly when those will happen and how much they'll be, budgeting in the general fund became hard for those types of things. And so then we decided last year, we'll put some there, and so we just have 100,000 there this year, just for discussion.
Well, and I guess we all agree that we need to help Precinct 2 in getting caught up. So if we dedicate money to that, Zane, is there any way in the next 2 weeks that you could go out and eye some projects that we could go, okay, we're gonna put this much money back and we know which projects we hope that this will fund. It won't be our forces doing it, but going outside, and we've just got so much work over there that every year we just keep, well, we'll see how it works out, but we don't make any progress.
But if we already have the money in the bond, do we need to actually just say, all right, we're gonna,
I wouldn't use, I
spend
would
it out
not
of
use bond money to chip seal a road.
I wouldn't either, because it's, the life of the
that's
bond is
maintenance.
20,
Yeah.
minimum 20 years, so you
If
really
built a
need to
bridge or
match
some of
up.
that, I agree, but just to do road work, I think it's,
Yeah, you gotta match up the asset to the term of the bond.
And I would think if that was something that was specific to 2 or whatever precinct it was, we should keep that in that specific precincts department. We could create a line, I know there are some lines, special projects, or we could create some line to accommodate those costs. We could add more into contingencies in that department
I would
to
prefer,
move as needed.
I would prefer it still comes back to the court.
Me too, I think.
And that's what, if you had that line with a placeholder, but put the money in contingencies, then we would need to do a budget amendment to fund those projects, and that could come back to you in that capacity, but again, that's up to y'all how
you're
you'd like
saying
to.
instead of putting it in countywide?
If it's road and bridge too specific, I would
Well, it
think,
might not be though. It
Well,
may
but
be that we may need it somewhere else.
It won't be
Yeah.
their budget paying for it because we're talking about bringing an outside vendor in.
This court makes that decision.
Right, and so I would,
So the biggest, there's a reason the Texas Constitution set up there, for a reason, that, commissioners, there's 4 commissioners, the county's broke up in 4 people, and they're elected officials. And so the elected officials answer to the voters, and that's the way it should work in conceptually. The problem is once the elected official has that budget, that it's their decision on how they manage and execute
as the ex
plans
officio.
and those kind of things. And so that's where it gets, so I think what we're saying right now, for some way that we can, all these roads belong to everybody. They're not, Commissioner Jones's roads, are not, Commissioner Smith's roads, they're the taxpayers across it. There's somebody from west driving across the county, going to Mart to a meeting, they're going across multiple precincts. And so they deserve to have a good road all the way across. So right now, there's not elected official in that position. I don't know if there's anything that we do, that decisions made by the court because there's not an elected official there. Or we just put money and encourage that whoever the new commissioner is to, you've got this, you need to work with the county engineer, it's all I ask because they're elected officials. And, the good thing about it, there's an election, and one of the things they're promising is they're gonna fix the roads. So it's really up to the taxpayers to hold them, and voters to hold them accountable. Voters in that respect. So I don't know if any of that made any sense, but I don't know if there's a,
And I think with that you just said, and, then put in countywide, if we placed, and you don't know what those costs may be specifically yet, but if we placed a contingency back in this fund, and, you all knew that that intent was for this purpose, then as needed and approved, we could move it over to Road and Bridge 2,
Yeah.
or whatever department
I
was needing
like
it.
that idea and that thought. I don't know how the rest of you feel, but I like that thought.
yeah.
I would rather see it stay here than go in
I
there.
got a lot of.
Yeah, say it
I'm
again.
getting just, there's so many ideas flying around that this is hard to follow. So, what are we talking about doing now? Is this for precinct 2, or is this for the whole county, or is this for?
Countywide.
It's for the whole county. Precinct 2 has the most immediate needs, I would say, but it's countywide.
And you're talking about just outside vendors right now?
Elections have consequences.
Okay.
That's all I have to say. And I like what you say, Scott, what you last said, that we leave the budget or do whatever with their budget, and then encourage them to do what they say they're gonna do in the election.
So if, so to fund that, besides just in the precinct, do we wanna fund,
And I'm good with putting more money into countywide road and bridge activity.
And then the
with,
court-
and I think there's been maybe some misunderstanding about how and where and what it's gonna be, what it's gonna be used for. So, you know,
so if we put.
whether it's maintenance or capital projects, different, you know, different things like that. I sure like, and just looking at that right up there, that having that old Springfield Road project in there, like, that's open and transparent. That's showing the people that we're committed to doing what, even though it's just a dollar placeholder, we're committed to doing that project, which is right for those people out there.
Was that ARPA money though?
Yeah.
I think it's gonna eventually be ARPA, yeah.
But I see what Will's saying is have it dedicated.
Looking at that,
I mean, take that whole list of that Zane sent out and put
So, and that will be,
put them in
Kinda
there.
like we do with TJ every year, we just line them
so
up.
we add projects for each. So when you look at these line items, after this is adopted, or if you look at the bond funds, it'll be that line, and then we have a 4-digit project. So that 4-digit project is specific to Panther Branch or
Can the
Tonk Road.
taxpayer access that?
So we can put it in the budget if you know it right now, but the problem is that it's never known until the year goes on. But yes, that's part of, when we do the monthly reports, you should be able to see, and we can open that up if needed, but right now, when we adopt the budget, you have to know what those projects are going to be, of course.
it looked like to me, precinct 2 is asking for a 33% increase in materials. Is that correct? Is that the number y'all show?
So are you going back to just Road and Bridge 2?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, they asked for a $300,000 increase in road construction materials.
That's what you're expecting to be, that's what we're budgeting.
Yeah,
That's been the
right.
issue.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's the only countywide. That's not precinct.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
That's
This is
not
the
precinct
countywide.
2. So yeah, put precinct 2. Let's just go ahead. Let's pull the Band-Aid off. Let's look at the precinct 2 road and bridge budget.
So this is 3620 Road and Bridge 2. There is a little less than $500,000 that's been requested to be added to the operating side, and going down, increases to furniture and equipment, road construction materials, and
We're only
then,
up right as of 6:30, they'd spent under 200,000.
And they're projected to spend 3.2.
It'd be about $1 million short of what they asked, a little less than that, about 900 and something.
and I know a lot of materials bought sometimes at the end of the year as well.
So we're in our big, we're in the push
That's
seat.
hard
you know, we're-
to know.
Is that more material than you need for that, or is that even a question?
It's gonna be, it'll be difficult for them with what
Yeah,
they
what-
have.
what they
It'll be
have,
difficult
yeah.
for 'em. That's why I'm not in favor of putting it in the precinct 2 road and bridge budget.
There you go. Yep.
I want them to have access to it, just like
Yeah,
the rest of us
but the
would.
court makes that decision.
Right,
Yeah.
right, but, I
Have to
would,
request it, and then the court makes the decision.
right. And somebody that's coming in, it doesn't matter which one, there's a learning curve. And there's,
Yeah.
and so I don't see any reason with us collectively setting it where we think it needs to be. And then whoever gets elected comes in, we explain, we've got money here for you for special projects, just as the rest of us. I just don't wanna see it put in any one person's budget.
And so that going back to just, if we add a contingencies line back into 3650, and then just determining what you all want that amount to be.
And
I know that can go.
It would be nice to have, and I think what Commissioner Jones is getting at is, give me a name of a project, so I know where that money's gonna, and that's why I'm asking Zane, is it, there's gotta be some low-hanging fruit. Yes, please.
I made some copies of these. Do you want me to? Sure. I know y'all have this electronically too, but sometimes the paper is helpful. Yes.
So I visited with the precinct 2 foreman, and he said he has a list of like the top priority, I'll say top 10 roads that he feels that are the low-hanging fruit that needs to be, that's the worst condition, but.
And I want Judge Felton to go over that list.
Of course, yeah. I mean, I'm just giving you information that,
Sure.
you were kind of talking, it would be good to know what roads in precinct 2 are the worst, number one, and then how they should be prioritized, number 2, and then number 3, out of that prioritization, maybe, some of them are just too expensive, even though they're the worst, and maybe, but which ones were, like Commissioner Perry said, which ones are low-hanging fruit that might not cost as much, and we could hit a lot more roads with the little money that we have. That's another way to look at it. So I asked him, and he did not provide me that list, but he said he had that list. And so I'd be, of course, willing to get with him and
Yeah.
drive those roads and get that list put in paper, written, and
That'd be good.
disseminate it to the court so that you have an idea. And then
How much is rub board operator?
the salary of the operator,
No, how much rub board is caused by traffic and not, traffic
Not maintenance.
and not just poor maintenance?
well, if there's no traffic, you're not going to have any washboarding.
Yeah,
So it has to do with traffic. And then depending on the type of traffic, if it's just a little Toyota Corolla, that's one thing. But if it's
Yeah.
one of those silos trucks, farmers and ranchers,
Farm trucks, yep.
that's a different thing. And I would say it depends on the truck traffic, really. And when in the engineering formulas, when you start designing roadways, especially highways, the most important factor is the amount of truck traffic, because the weight
yeah,
destroys the road.
right, it does.
And the number of axles.
Found out.
Number of heavy axles. So that'll all go into even just the county roads as well. And then, of course, you look at weather, but I was.
Can the operator's experience or lack thereof lead to poor washboard conditions or a more washboard?
I would say maybe not as the experience, because blading is blading if it's a gravel road. I'm not talking chip seal road, but I'm just talking a gravel road.
Talking about gravel, because.
If they stay on it, then as with anything, if you stay on and you hit it, maintain it on a frequent basis, it's a lot easier to stay on it, and you have less to do. If you have some serious washboarding, then it takes longer to get that road back shaped the way it needs to be shaped. So that has to do with how many blades do you have, how many blade operators do you have, and what have they been tasked with? Do they have certain roads that they go drive? And they used to have a assistant foreman that would drive those roads and say, okay, these are gotten bad again, we need to get back on them and let's hit them. But that assistant's no longer there, and his duty, the new assistant's duties are not the same as the old duties, old assistant, so previous assistant. So that comes back to leadership, training, methodology, and then.
Elections have consequences.
Yes.
And then during the drought period, you gotta have some moisture.
Yeah, you gotta have more snow, right?
'Cause you're tearing it up more if you're trying to do it dry. Then, I just want to make sure that we have the opportunity for you to come in and go, hey, they're not gonna be able to get to this, and this is in bad shape. And we have the funds to do it. That's kind of what I'm looking at.
I will say that the people that live in the precinct typically will call the commissioner's office first, because they know that's where they need to call. And then when they cannot get relief, then they end up calling my office. And I take their call and I talk to them, but there's nothing really I can do. But now, if there was money in the road and countywide road and bridge, you know, that might be something, if the court was willing, that I could hire a blade man to go out there and blade it. That might be offensive to the precinct crews and/or commissioner, that there's somebody else playing in their sandbox. It could be that that commissioner utilizes that money out of the road and bridge to augment their own crews, but then I could see the other
Just
precincts wanting to augment their
from
crews.
my being out there that little bit with them,
Talking about
I
that.
think that, they know they're so far behind the eight ball, I don't think they're gonna be offended by anybody. They would appreciate and embrace it because they want good roads out there.
I think the only person that would be offended or in the interaction that I've had with all of the crews together, the only person that would be offended is the elected official. And because those guys, I mean, I think they have, all of them have the best heart. I mean, they have, their heart is,
Actually,
You're dead on, you're right.
the guy, the motor grader guy is one of the best
Yeah,
in the county. So he's good. He just, it's time. You know, it's,
And that's true, Judge.
so you need two really good motor grader, or,
Correct.
well, like I have, four really. So, I mean, what we do is we've divided our precinct into quadrants.
yeah.
And it's assigned to, it's assigned to an operator, you know, and so they know it.
So
and
you've cross-trained your staff, so there's not just one blade man.
Yeah.
There's 4 blade men.
Yeah.
Well, that's not the same in all precincts.
Sure. And I may not be exactly right, but about that, but that's what I perceive anyway.
Sounds like a good plan to me.
the only issue you could run into there is when it's time to hit the roads and grade them, you gotta have enough motor graders.
Yeah,
You know?
that's true. Equipment, yeah.
Right, right, and there's certain times that when you get a rain, that's when our guys are heading right out.
Yeah,
Get out
you
there and
bet.
do that.
Mhm. We sure do.
Do we have a list that's up to date of each precinct? How many miles of county road they have? How many of those, how much of that is chip seal? How much of it's still gravel?
I can get that. We have a road log in an Excel spreadsheet, and we can pull that out.
I think that might be a good thing to know when we start.
Well, and probably, precinct 2 would have to be configured again, because I know that before Commissioner Gibson got out, they were turning, paved roads back into gravel roads.
Yeah.
So there might be one you'd think it used to be paved and now it's not.
But
That's
it would
true.
Need to be an up to date, it would need to be up to date, but
Well, and that's true. There's a couple of things. One, our Excel spreadsheet is only as good as what the foreman give us.
Right.
And y'all have hundreds, if not over 1,000 miles of road to travel. And of course, you know, my office can't travel all those miles of road, but that's where we need the assistance from the foreman or assistant foreman to get us that information so we can make sure that our list is up to date. And that's also what we give to TxDOT, not only whether it's paved, gravel, but also the length of the road. And that's what the judge signs off on every year, once a year, to say, okay, we've taken in more road because we have neighborhoods that we've accepted or roads that we've accepted, and then there's roads that are no longer our roads and we take it off the list. And then there's roads, for instance, one of the roads in your precinct, Commissioner, that we only maintained a certain distance, but now we're going to be maintaining a little bit more, but still not the full distance of that road. And especially since way down the road, somebody's put a gate up. So now we may need to make sure that we may need to revisit whether or not we want to abandon that right-of-way to where that, past that gate. So all that gets adjusted in the road log, and that's something that, Judge, you sign off on every year.
Right.
If you can furnish, I'm only speaking for myself, furnish me a list of every county road in precinct 1 that you show. We'll get with our foreman and match it up, and we'll delineate what's paved and what's not
Okay.
for an up-to-date list to you.
I get you.
And when you go see Ronnie, you can take your list and get him to check it off.
Yeah.
So can I relate this conversation to the budget real quick?
Yeah.
My simple,
Yeah,
I know this is really complicated,
We forgot you were here.
and I know there's, and I can't speak to the need and the gravel and the grading and all, but, so I think what I'm hearing is, we may need some assistance, whatever precinct it may be, with just general maintenance. And so if we place an amount, if we decide on an amount, put it in 3650, and then, of course, it would be a court's decision to take that. We could charge it there, or we could move it to a precinct specific, based on a proposal. That these projects here, the big projects, not general maintenance, we will continue then, I'm thinking the intent is we'll continue to use bond funds for these types of things, the million, the half a
Yeah,
million.
right.
Okay, so just making sure we're all on the same page
Yeah,
there.
I think if you had like a maintenance line, or even if you just put it in contingent, add
Just
a.
somewhere though,
yeah,
here, though.
You know, 500,000, $1 million,
And I think too, that would help you all as a group.
Exactly what I was thinking.
so.
But as a group, it would help you all understand what departments are needing outside help. And then I think monitoring it that way too would assist you in budget in the future, you know? Hey, we've had to use this whole
And honestly,
budget
what-
for one, let's up, you know, it for next year, but it's just,
What we've found is that we've hardened some roads that didn't need to be hardened, that have been that have been ruined by solids trucks.
Right.
And there's not hardly a thing you can do to get, to stop that, you know?
Yeah, so long as they keep farming out there, we might as well just keep it
That's all
gravel.
that's all it's ever gonna be out there is farm,
One,
and
one suggestion under
my lifetime. so.
precinct 2, that
My career.
33% increase, that they haven't been able to spend that much
Yeah.
before, is put that amount back over in countywide.
Mhm.
And then if they need it, it's there, we give it to them, but it's a way to add more money to the countywide part. Because going from 900,000 to 1.2 million and not spending, I don't know that they can spend that, you know. If they can, more power to them.
And then if it went there, moved it over, then the whole court would make a decision.
Yeah.
They'd have to come and ask for a transfer, and we'd know what's going on,
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
just a thought.
you know. I mean, not to disparage either candidate that's running, but we don't know who's gonna win.
Well, and,
And
I mean, but we still need to, we can't wait, right? We still have to
No,
provide
I
services.
would hope-
That's what you're getting at, Judge.
this is the window of time that we,
Right now.
I would hope that, and, well, I would hope that both of them are watching this, or go back and watch it.
yeah.
Well, and we're making it a priority, and I'm proud of that.
Yeah.
Because we need to help out in that area.
Yep.
We need,
Well, our whole county needs.
yes, and so
All
we're not
taxpayers deserve it.
ignoring anybody. We're trying to take care of everybody.
so was this last proposal, that 300,000 increase to road construction materials, taking that and also putting it in a countywide contingency line? Other than that
So
300.
that gives you like about $800,000.
If we did 500 plus, do 800, okay.
That's as high as I'm gonna go.
It's 50 more than I was talking about. So it's
How much?
800.
800?
So we're gonna take out 300,000 out of Road and Bridge 2, and then we're going to reenact the line, reopen the line in 3650, and we'll put 800,000 in contingencies.
Okay.
And then, of course, we never charge anything to contingencies, even if it was countywide. So that would always be brought back to you with a very specific reasoning, and then we would move it to the correct line, whatever line that may be.
Okay.
And then these, of course, will continue. Zane always brings all of this to you. And then I said bond funds, but, you know, some of it, there is grant funding, some of it has been ARPA. And so we'll make sure that that's clear when a project is brought to you.
And, yeah, and then, you know, the other thing, there won't be a commissioner in that chair until after the November election, so it'd be, what, January 1 or
January
2? That they'd be in that position. So I think we're gonna have to stay really close, and now that you've got finally had some good help to help you out, then, really stay close to Ronnie and Tracy. And, keep me plugged in, see if we can need some help or whatever, we can help reach out for that.
I'm glad you brought up that I got new help
Yeah, yeah.
and y'all being supportive of that.
Yes, I think it's a great time, Zane.
I would like to get the court's support to order another pickup truck, since I got another staff now that can run the roads and meet with the foreman. I think that'd be beneficial, so I'd like to get another pickup truck. I didn't have that as part of my previous direct department budget.
So get that number.
Some details if you want to get a quote.
I'll get a quote from
listing what
Ken
you-
and-
This will be somebody that's in the field,
Yes, sir.
so
Yeah.
I like it.
Okay.
Gotta inspect what you expect, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So we've made that change there, we'll make that change there, and it'll update those figures. Is there any other
Well, in personnel,
Yes.
Commissioner Perry's got an idea that,
Well, and the idea, and I appreciate both Commissioner Smith and Commissioner Jones sharing thoughts and ideas on that. And what it incurred was some creative thinking of, all right, if I hired four at one time, that's really not a smart way to do that, because you're gonna have to pull resources in to train these guys. So, what we would request would be two now, and then two either in the spring or at next budget, just whatever works into the budget better this year.
okay, so it could be 4 with 2 posting fairly quickly. And so how are you gonna handle the spring deal? Because that'd be in the 25
We
budget.
would just,
Oh, no, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
no, I wanna hear your thoughts.
What we could do is you could approve for and set those salaries, I know with Anna's assistance. And then when we budget for it, we would only budget, we could budget 100% for 2 of them and budget
Maybe
50%
yeah.
or 20, whatever percentage you think you
Okay.
need. But we would,
8%.
And then, Anna will need to know exactly what their
What about
duties
the
be,
salary?
so what slot.
but if you knew when you were gonna try to fill those,
Well,
you
if
know.
you didn't know, then
Well-
you've got 1 month in there, you can offer them the salary and start them up and then
Yes.
move it over.
Yeah,
And that's just up to y'all how much we budget, but you could go ahead and set those if you knew you were going to need those this year, but.
I just,
And then,
here's what I would like to do, is we're talking 2 right now, and let's see where the budget comes in at. And if it's tighter than what we want it to be, then we wait to next year. If not, we can maybe get them in the last
Okay.
quarter of the next budget year. But
I'm gonna write that down, okay?
help us remember that.
Yeah.
But I want it to work, I want it to be budget friendly, and I don't want to,
Yeah, sure. But the other side, and Commissioner Perry's been great about it. He's been working behind the 8 ball for some time.
Since he got here
Yeah, with
14 years ago.
Yeah, with fewer employees as his road responsibilities have grown and grown
I agree
tremendously.
completely.
So, 2 will be great, but it certainly doesn't get him up to where he needs to be. So, but I understand the not being able to train everybody at
But-
once too. And so that,
What-
I have
if-
no problem with whatever comes out.
If we're gonna talk about the ad, then there's road and bridge, positions available that have not been filled in a long time in precinct 2.
I think Anna can speak to some of this.
Yes, so over the past few years, there have been some consistent vacancies under precinct 2, but given the previous conversation about the state of the roads, I'm not sure if HR would recommend adjusting any of those positions.
Well, the two come now. We leave the 2 there, we still leave 2 there. That's way more than the 14 I have. I mean, and precinct 2 and precinct 2 and precinct 3 are probably the most similar precincts,
Roadwise.
road-wise, soil-wise, things like that.
Very true.
And so, I mean, I think anyone should be able to, and so let's at least move 2 of those to the 2 we need right now.
I think there are interviews scheduled for this next week
For precinct
for
2?
precinct 2. Yes, sir.
All 4 positions?
I'm not sure. I don't know specifics about how many candidates they have and for what positions, but I can get that for the court.
I think,
So that doesn't come to you, excuse me,
I'm sorry?
you're saying you're gonna have to ask, that doesn't come through you?
Oh, I just need to ask our recruiter.
Oh, recruiter. I'm sorry, go ahead.
It's in your office though, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
we need to look at the ratios, and we all need to be set up in a similar ratio. I think, Anna, what I'm hearing you say is, well, considering the condition of the roads, they probably need to, but that's when we're doing the countywide contingency, is to help them get caught up without having to bring additional employees in. Because we all should be at a similar ratio, depending on the miles of road. And if 2 and 3, or excuse me, if 1 and 3 are getting it done with that ratio, there's no reason that 2 can as well. So I don't want to see us overloading a budget with personnel, trying to play catch-up, because as Judge always says, in government, once you hire them, you're
They're
going to
there
keep
forever.
I can get those details, but I did want to identify the position and titles for the 4, specifically the 2 that Commissioner was interested in fully funding, and then the 2 that
Yeah.
we're talking about partial funding
And
for.
do you have the ratios that Chrissy had put together?
Yes, I have an email from Chrissy, so it looks like you're needing 1 senior equipment operator position, 2 equipment operator positions, and 1 heavy truck driver position. And so,
That's 5. We weren't talking about 5.
no, that's 4. 1 equipment
Oh,
operator,
okay, 1, 2, and 1. I got you.
1 senior, 2 equipment operators, and 1 heavy truck.
2 equipment operators. Okay.
Do you have miles to employee ratios for each of the precincts?
Yes, Chrissy shared that with me.
Can you repeat those 4 titles real quick,
Yes,
just so we're
ma'am.
on the same page?
It's 1 senior equipment operator, 2 equipment operators, and 1 heavy truck driver. And we would just need guidance from Commissioner Perry as to which 2 would be
Who you can find?
the partially funded, or the ones you would wait on
Okay.
recruitment for. And then the salaries for each of those titles are pretty standardized, so we would assume you would just adopt the current salaries for those titles.
Okay.
Okay. And then, I'm trying to blow up this screen so I can just put it on.
Put what on?
These ratios that Chrissy
Put them on
shared.
or just give them to us?
Could Chrissy send that to all of us real quick?
I've
Did she or can she?
I'm forwarding it now. to
already,
everyone.
okay.
So this includes the McLennan precincts, but she also compiled information for our external counties.
So, staffing, remind me what we said on staffing on precinct 2. There's 4.
We're not done.
Huh?
Yeah, there's four historically vacant positions.
So I understood there was 2 that were gonna be filled fairly quickly.
So, yes.
And then what about the other 2? So that makes,
Well, we don't even know that there's 2 per se. But there's interviews.
okay.
But we should use this as an opportunity to make sure all the ratios are in play. And
So
they're
if you
out of
look
ratio,
at-
if they're over, then this is the time to.
So how many total does that give them?
So they would have 20. Well, are her numbers, is this total, is this like staffed? I mean, is this filled positions?
No, they don't have 20 filled.
They don't have, so they've got 16.
Yeah, they had, when I was out there, it was 16, but they were,
It'd be in the email.
When they
that I
were
just shared with
fully
you.
employed at one time,
Email.
I only have one more employee than they have.
yeah.
They're fully employed. And that's way out of range.
So the ratio is glaring.
On average.
I've never looked at that ratio before.
So,
And some of these counties have less than 10.
yes, on the average, here I pulled it in a sheet so the average employees or miles per employee for these other counties listed, which are Bell, Smith, Brazos, Ellis, Jefferson, is 10.75.
Okay, cool.
And the average for McLennan County is almost 17.
Now, the counties that are unit road system will not be a good comparison.
That's right.
Yep.
Which I don't
think
think she
you can't-
included.
Brazos
Can't
has
use
unit
Bell.
road
I
system.
mean, a lot of
Bell
those are
has
unit,
road
Bell's
system.
unit.
Oh, yeah, the only ones
Yeah.
not on a unit road system from our comparable list are Brazoria and Jefferson. So it looks like Jefferson is on there.
There's Jefferson.
Jefferson's on there.
So Jefferson,
But look how few miles they have.
so Jefferson alone is 7.5.
Now Ellis is a little better,
Yeah, but it's back to unit.
but Ellis is a suburb of Dallas now, basically. So I mean, I don't think you can compare with that.
We'd have to go with a rural county.
I find it interesting that precinct 2 has,
Go out and see
No
what Coleman
roads.
County's doing.
Yeah. They're trying to get their goats back in place.
that's 180,
Playing cards.
260.
Yeah.
That, Jefferson only has about 360,
Tuning up their.
370 miles total of county roads, it looks like.
Chrissy just said that the numbers that we're talking about include working personnel only. Admin and lead foreman are excluded.
Okay, so there you go. So ideally, the ratio would be what precinct 1 and precinct 3 have.
Pretty close to,
Have a seat, man.
Wow, you got over here in a hurry.
Almost ran.
Would y'all agree? You just did.
Say it again, Whip.
Ideally, the ratio would be between
1 and 3.
1 and 3.
Right.
Probably the most dial, probably the more realistic ratios. Chrissy, I know you've done a lot of work on this.
You're talking about the ratio of employees to miles?
Yes.
So on the list, it only lists working personnel only. So I removed any engineering for unit road systems. I removed
You know what
any-
you did? What's your opinion?
I feel like a true ratio is about 16 miles per employee. That would be a fair assessment of what we currently have to try to get everybody as equal as possible.
I'm there.
The difference between 1 and 3 averages out to 16.33.
So if you apply that to staffing, like for precinct 4, you said 16 miles?
Yes.
That's a staff of 24, almost 25, and they have 18 right now.
What about 2?
So 2 has, oh yeah, what would be the what would be the
Ideal number?
ideal number?
If the goal is, what,
Divide
16?
212. Divide 212 by,
Yeah, 212 by,
what'd I say, 16 point what?
Yeah.
13 and a quarter.
13 and a quarter.
Yeah, somewhere around 13, 13 and a quarter.
You can have them. Is there any variance in there due to being on rock or up on rock?
I would,
We don't
Say
I
no.
think it's big minimum.
Yeah, it's not.
I don't think
Yeah.
it's enough to make, I don't
No.
think you can look at that.
I think it's more
I'm
road
not- I
miles.
don't wanna go out and take soil samples.
And my personal opinion is every precinct has a different struggle. That is what I have learned.
Yeah.
That Will's struggles are not the same, sorry, Commissioner Jones's struggles are not the same as Commissioner Smith or Commissioner Perry or Commissioner Tu. They all have different challenges within their jurisdiction.
Yep,
I agree with that.
I agree with that.
And the fact that there is funds to access if you're gonna do something, any catch up or those kind of things, we're still not ignoring any particular issues in a specific,
I will say this, these 2 commissioners get everything done that they need regardless of the conditions or whatever with the staff that they have. So I think that's our baseline right there.
Yeah.
They're getting it done, they're keeping the roads up well with that ratio.
There's 2 current vacancies for precinct 2.
Now what?
there's 2
Vacancies in 2 right now.
2 vacancies? I thought there were 4.
or 2 got filled.
Been hiring very consistently through the years.
Oh, okay.
That is current for this pay period, 2 vacancies.
Well, I still like your idea, Ben, precinct 4. We can give you, I think you need 2 for sure right now. And then go ahead and place in the budget,
Put a placeholder.
put placeholders, whatever placeholder we come up with.
And if it happens, it would be spring at the earliest.
And on these, well, I guess we can have that discussion at another time or whatever, whenever we do. But these vacant, we've got to do something different with our vacant positions.
Will?
I think we freeze.
Got an
the
idea.
positions at the at
I do too.
Do we want to go there now?
Well, I think they brought it up and I don't want them, wondering
Yes.
when
So,
there may be a,
And I
something
think there's been so many good ideas. I know I've chatted with a couple of you and had other ideas. And so I've played around with the numbers a lot. We have played around with the numbers a lot, rather. And it all comes down to, and just what Commissioner Jones said is, historically, we have always budgeted. what's in the budget and the positions and the salaries associated with them are two different things. And so I think it's best that we move forward with some sort of different budgeting method for personnel. The GFOA, the Government Finance Officers Association, also recommends some sort of vacancy factor in your budget for personnel as a best practice also. So it's not something that's out of line or something out of left field that I think is crazy. So this up here, just to start the conversation, the first part of this, the top part of the spreadsheet with the green shading. So you'll see there for each fiscal year, completed fiscal year, the last 4 completed fiscal years, 2020 to 2023, you'll see the total adopted budget, and this is for 4 specific lines that we've notated. So full-time employees, just that line, no elected officials or supplements or anything like that, just full-time employees, and then Social Security, Medicare taxes, and retirement, because those are all tied directly to full-time employees. And so you'll see there at the top, that is the total adopted budget in the general fund for those 4 lines. You'll then see in the next column, in column C, that is what we actually spent, and then the amount we came under budget for each of those, for the total of those 4 lines. And then you'll see the percentage there beside it.
Can
So-
you get that sent to us here? or-
It's on the Zoom.
I knew you were gonna say that. It's on the what?
The Zoom, if you're on the Zoom, it's also in the drive.
Okay, I'm
You can
sorry.
expand it. Well, you don't have touch screen.
And so then, of course, what's happening is that amount under budget, that percentage,
16.
that's rolled into those, whenever we say, this is how much we came under budget for the year, a part of it's personnel. There's other pieces too, but this is trying to whittle down pieces of that under budget amount. And so you'll see there in the green then,
Opportunity to do it right
Hang
now.
on just a
if we,
minute.
I'm
oh,
sorry.
no, you're good.
I just don't want y'all to miss what she's trying to say. But
Yes.
you can
I
keep
already
talking.
missed it.
So
We'll
she's got an
I know
approach.
it. I have my idea, and so
But I know you like.
But
it.
you'll
I
s-
know.
And I know there's been some, each year has its own outlier, things that happen. We're looking also at after 2020, but you'll see
There's
the
some
4
operational
percentages.
stuff also too.
Yes, change of elected officials, just different things like that that always affect our personnel. But you'll see there the lowest percentage we've come under budget is 6%. So just to start the conversation, I felt that 2% was very conservative, that if we only budgeted 98% of these lines, and that does not affect the salaries at all. What HR has, recommended for those salary amounts and what those are, and does not affect that any. It's just the budgeted part of it. So two different pieces there. So very conservatively, 2%. You'll see there what amounts it would have dropped our budget by for those years.
But effectively does the same thing without having to use a $1 placeholder. That could get us in a timing issue that we worry about. And then I think Dustin might have brought up something about in some positions, it's hard, you can't offer unless it's fully funded. Dustin, you may need to correct me on that, but the whole idea is that it does what everybody wanted to do, rather than put the $1 placeholder, you use this percentage and you.
And of course, you're gonna have, in a scenario like this, you're gonna have departments that spend 100% of their budget.
Yeah.
Specifically small departments that don't have any turnover. I say, with those taxes, it may be a little under, but roughly 100%. You're gonna have departments that spend 90%, 98, 99. And so the intent here would be that at the end of the year, we're kind of viewing all those lines as one whole department in the general fund, but we know they're all departments. So then we would clean it up with a budget amendment at year end. And so we would move from those departments that came under that 98 or over and make sure that those are all clean. So below that, and I'll dig into that just a little bit with some other ideas that have been thrown out. Below that then is, and there'll be some changes to this, of course, because of the structure change and COLA, but just to get an idea, you'll see there the 2025 proposed budget. So the current positions, what those look like, and then what a 98% factor on that looks like, and then what that decrease in the budget would be. We can adjust that 98 to whatever we want to play with.
8% even?
I'm sorry,
98,
98.
she was saying.
So if we only budgeted for 98%.
You budget 98%.
Yes, sir.
It's not a big delta.
And so that's where, and it's a conservative way to I think, begin this approach, see where it lands us. I know the goal is that, where we do have vacancies, that I know so much movement has been made to get those filled and to recruit and all those things. But here's the other thing kind of at play here is that under budget number, a lot of it is just normal under budget. So you have just a regular department, never has vacancies, but someone leaves, someone retires, there's a gap there, someone's not making max. So that's just the normal when you have this many employees in an organization. The vacancies and the consistent vacancies are a completely different issue. And so we could look at that in different ways if you wanted to. And I know Commissioner Jones and I talked about this some, about those positions. When I separated them out and looked at them different ways, I kept coming back kind of to the same thing, because this includes those vacancies. So if all of a sudden those vacancies were not there, then your percentages are gonna fluctuate. Is that making sense? Kind of. So I'm playing this off of including those positions that are not filled right now and have not been filled maybe for a few years. So that's.
How does that affect what we asked, or what I asked? I don't know if anybody else agreed with me, Anna, yesterday, that if we were gonna add 13 positions, we need to find 13 that we can eliminate currently from the budget, or a dollar amount similar to what those 13 requests are.
And so this scenario doesn't include adding the
That
13.
wouldn't, okay.
And so I think that if you kept those other 13, it would just, all these numbers would just grow. If you were exchanging 13 for 13, I think the 98% is still going to be,
A good
Same
number.
thing.
and like I said, conservative, and with looking at it as a whole. If you would you just type in 96 there? If we looked at a 96% factor, you'll see there, so if we only budgeted 96%, I still think we would be okay, but you'll see
1
there.
cent on the tax rate.
Yes, $2.6 million. So it's a lot. I think we would still be good. I think if you went to something like this from 98 to 96, you should budget specifically for incentive pay from the get-go, because we're relying on some of this money to fund incentive pay later on. So I think until we know how it's going to play out, we may want to put in an estimate of incentive pay from the beginning and not a placeholder like we have historically been doing.
So in other words, we need to make a determination that we're gonna do 2%, 3%, 1%, 10%.
Whatever it is, yeah.
Whatever it is, we need to be, I mean, you don't mean dollar-wise, you just need percent.
Yes,
And
yes.
that would suffice.
So if you looked at our 1,100 employees,
Yeah.
like we're saying 2% of those during the year, 2% of that salary is not going to be utilized. And that's just what it is. I don't think you'll ever,
I mean, the
Get away from that.
whole issue was to not let these unfilled positions that we're taxing people for that. This does the same thing. But it eliminates the obstacle of trying to be able to, for HR to move through the filling positions and not having to wait up to, 2 to 3 weeks to get court approval.
And I think that there'd be communication involved throughout the year. So if we identified that we suddenly start filling more positions than we were expecting, that's immediate communication with the auditor's office to ensure that this 98% figure isn't impacted as well. So especially in this kind of, if it were to be implemented, this trial year to see how it went.
and those percentages there at the top where it talks, it's 9%, 6%, 11%, 8%. So like I said, that is including all of those vacancies that Commissioner Jones was referencing. And so, anyway, we could look at that different ways. But if you start whittling away at those, then I think we need to revisit the percentage. But it was also thrown out, what if we took that little pocket of those positions and we budgeted less than 98%?
My idea
For
was to budget for 1 month's salary in those in those positions. And that way, whichever ones are eligible. And so 1 month would give you time to, you've got the money there to make it, you've got the money there to make the offer. It's a published salary. It's budgeted for 1 month. And so that gives you a month to get all your stuff together, to get all the budget amendments done, into, I mean, you could go 6 months, you could go you could go 3 months.
And I understand what you're saying, that causes a process to be gone through, where there's no process. It's
Well,
just,
you'd still have to, if you're at 98, still gotta bring it up from somewhere. And that would be,
And so
that would be a budget amendment,
and what you.
just as this would be a budget amendment.
And what you had proposed by that, I took this and separated out those positions. I think it was 71 the other day you had mentioned, just kind of eyeballing it, and then took all the other positions. And I think doing something like that, I still kind of kept coming back to a similar figure, because those other positions that are consistently filled,
yeah.
anyway, they kind of even each other out. And so I just wanted you to know I had played with those numbers.
Okay.
And I just kept coming back
So
to, I think this
there's
would be a better.
71, what's in 70, because I use the 71 number quite a bit.
Is that just for vacancies?
And that
We
was
have
in.
67 right
Yeah,
now.
67.
I was just
Changes
throwing that
every
out.
pay period.
And that was in your chart from your presentation.
That'll change every pay period.
Okay. And then, so, yeah, I get that same number, that 2.6 number.
And then I think if we left all the positions, I mean, that's up to you, but if you left all these positions, these vacancies, we did something like this, and then revisit those vacancies again, this next year, and then of course, if those were pulled out, that's accounting for this percentage under budget, so we could just revisit the figures.
Right.
You're
Ultimately,
saying doing this instead of eliminating positions that aren't filled? Is that what you're saying? Doing this?
I mean, I can't speak to the vacancies, whether they need to be kept or not, I guess, like the need of the department, so
That
I
would
don't want to
affect-
speak too much
That
on
would affect
that.
these numbers right here. That would affect these numbers, though.
Correct.
Commissioner, I don't have a problem with that. I mean, that means we need to get every department that has vacancies to get them to really justify that they're gonna need all these. I mean, we can still do that.
Sure.
And then apply this. In fact, it would make us more accurate about, we just need to spend the time and work to do it, but that's
How
what
does
we're
that
here for.
affect my zero, number, 13, fine 13, or our total dollar amount that?
That is
do we
still
wanna look at
possible.
that?
Yeah, that is still possible.
Still possible? Okay.
Doing a
Yeah,
swap in
I'd like
that
to at
way.
least see it. Okay?
I mean, the easiest to pick on is the jail,
Well,
always, and so.
Whatever,
yeah.
whatever. I'm not gonna point out any, but whatever we could do.
They just have the most to pull from. The other current vacancies, these are ones or twos, and offices that have in the past been fully staffed. And so we would hesitate to recommend
No,
cutting any.
I wouldn't want, no,
But,
something
for
that
instance-
historically always has open
Right.
positions.
So between the jail and Jack Harwell, there are 22 vacancies. And so if the court wants to consider 12 or 13 adds to staff, they could still have
They would still have numbers there to fill.
10 vacancies that they can fill.
I mean, you're talking about 13 new positions, you're adding a lot of dollars to the payroll. On request.
I don't know if those equal out dollar-wise. I'm just
when you
talking
can look,
quantity
yeah.
to quantity.
Come close, yeah. And I don't know how and I understand where we went here, but where did we end up on road and bridge as far as equalizing numbers? Do you have a clear understanding of what was said here? Because I'm not sure I do. But my own thoughts were, I'd like in future hiring or whatever, that we work toward that one employee per 16.33 miles, which means some through attrition may be lessened and some through addition may be, get to that number.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I
It
mean,
does,
we've
and I
done it in the past, kind of like.
kind of what Commissioner Jones is talking about, if we go by the ratios, right, we'll have just with the two, it would be a wash. If we make sure that precincts 2 and 4 are under the same ratios that 1 and 3 are, then that would indicate that there's 2 that are outside the ratio, outliers, as we call them.
Outliers, as we like to say in
And you
HR.
pick the outliers and you put them where they're needed to get the ratio up. Is that, Will,
Yeah.
you were the one that kind of came to me yesterday and mentioned that, and I don't wanna.
That was, yeah.
I just think it makes sense. That would keep us from getting to where we are right now. And we got where we are right now,
Yes, if the goal was that 16
.33.
16 mile, then yes, precinct 1 and precinct 3 currently
right
are
now.
at an adequate staffing level. And then precinct 2 would be overstaffed by that definition, and then precinct 4 would be understaffed.
Now, I don't think that would change radically from one year to another, but it will, those numbers will tweak a little bit as roads are added into the county system. One precinct may have a whole lot more roads added into the county system than
Sure.
other precincts. Or conversely, taken out if the city annexes, you know.
Well, there won't be any annexation in Texas
I don't see it happening.
in the
either.
next,
That's right.
in the next 20 years. It'll be 20 years before we get back to, which is not correct. I mean, that's a.
I think I'm gonna be retired by then.
That's a mistake that the state.
Depends on
that the-
if that voting block were to change.
Well, yeah, and that's a possibility. So, but I don't think that's good.
One more thing I
So
wanted to
I have a quick question for Zane then. If, and this goes, and this just came to my mind, if it's so, how many roads are we taking in every year? How many roads are being handed off to us? Because I know that in my precinct, when I see the plats coming through, there's always usually an existing road there. And we don't necessarily, it's just a split up of a tract of property into lots.
Yeah.
That have access to an existing county road.
That's a good question.
So how many roads are being built by developers or plan to be built by developers moving forward?
I would say in your precinct, what immediately comes to mind is about 4 roads for around Bodie Addition off Mahoney Road.
Yeah,
And they're waiting for that 2-year, 60% build out
yeah,
to occur before they officially ask the court to take those roads into maintenance.
okay,
In precinct 4, there's probably double that at least that are just waiting in the wings for the time and the build out to occur.
Yeah.
And there's more planned large subdivisions that are coming online. Now, some of those have pre-annexation agreements with the city of Waco because they want that Waco water and sewer
so they're asking for the annexation, correct?
before they develop because they're not going to spend all that money
Uh-huh,
and be on sanitary septics.
right, okay,
Zane, you could put a pretty good sized addition in and only have a couple of miles of roadway, isn't that correct?
That's correct, yeah. But I mean, little pieces here, and little cul-de-sacs, and
So it's not like.
it's not a long.
It's not like we're gonna have this huge explosion, even though we have a lot of subdivision being built, because
That's correct. For length of miles, correct. There's not gonna be that many. You're gonna have a lot of short segments with cul-de-sacs, and they're gonna be asphalt,
yep, there you go.
That's the issue right there.
That's a big issue.
That's the issue.
curb and gutter,
Elephant in the room.
curb and gutter, underground storm sewers, drainage.
Yep.
And none of that we're not prepared
No.
to maintenance any of that.
You're right.
Well, we've gone around the horn. I've been trying to, the last hour, try to find a time to take a break. And it's too late now. But, not really.
Do I have time? Can I make one more comment
Yeah, I
about
was
doing a
gonna
plan like
ask
that?
you
Before I
to-
forget,
Yeah.
I just, and I think it's good just we're talking about this and then we'll kind of have a menu to pick from. Like, do we want to do 98, 96, budget for incentive pay, not budget for incentive pay? And we can look at all those options.
The 98 looked adequate, and I hate to use that
The
term.
not budget adequate,
I
reasonable.
like 96.
I want to do what the auditor feels comfortable with.
And we can play with it and we can look
And
at
that
the
was what
options.
she recommended.
And so one other thing is that I think I would recommend that you all as a court adopt a policy, like a formal policy,
Yeah.
that budget amendments will will not move from a personnel line to a non-personnel line.
Can you draw that up and?
Yes.
let
And
us-
so what that will allow us to do is that when something's requested from our office, we can immediately put a stop to it. Because since there's not a policy now, I'm not the gatekeeper to say no to a budget amendment.
Right.
So we bring those to you, of course. Exceptions can always be made. Sometimes there's going to be some reason that needs to happen. Just, who knows what may occur, but I think that.
Emergency.
Yes, for sure. And so you can always
But I'm
review that
not
and make
talking
exceptions.
a county commissioner emergency. I'm talking like a real emergency.
Well, we had the dams.
Yeah, that like a
Those,
dam
we
or
had three
something like that.
emergencies,
Uh-huh.
3 dams that had emergency maintenance performed.
So if you had a big need like that come up all of a sudden, we could say, hey, let's look and see if we're gonna be up and above that 98% or whatever it may be, and we could pull from personnel to help with the cost. But I think that would be very much on a case-by-case basis. But just on general, like, I need to
I like that idea.
increase
That's great.
this line in my budget, we would just put a stop to that because we're using those amounts under budget from the adopted budget to fund those type of things, so.
Right.
But you said you will bring scenarios back like 98% and 96%.
Yes, we
So
can look
see
at
the
what that
difference
looks
if
like.
it's not good.
And then looking at some of the, incorporating the road and bridge positions and all the things, we'll just kind of pull it all together.
And then giving up positions for new
Yes, so there's that other
Wash.
piece to it.
So we're gonna have that by this afternoon? Is that what you said?
No, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry, I
I'm just gonna be honest.
misunderstood.
We want to make sure that but yes, we will have all these, all the things we've talked through. We of course, have to circle back and look at all those and let you know but it's really good to know your feelings on all of these
Well,
topics,
It's
so.
great to have people like y'all that can crunch numbers like that for us. I appreciate it tremendously from auditor's office and the HR office. Because we make some crazy requests sometimes.
You do.
Well, you didn't have to agree with that. Thank you.
And bless y'all when we get into the weeds. So that's some really good stuff that comes out then.
And thank you for coming up with the approaches that we get to where we want to be. It's just a different path that you suggest,
Absolutely.
like this percentage wise. And so, back to her question about what do we want to do do we want to do 98 or 96 or whatever? It's, 98 seemed to be the number that would match up the other way we were gonna do it. 94 is more, does that
No,
get
I'm
us?
just talking 96.
Yeah.
96 and 98.
4%, 96. And is that too much? Will that get us into an issue?
And I want to see where those 13, if we swapped 13 for 13, how that affects it
See
too.
what the
Okay.
dollar
I think that's a
value is.
big factor.
Yeah, it is, I agree.
That 13 for 13, I think that's,
Yeah. But we still want to at least take those larger,
'cause that's a large amount.
groups and talk about,
Yeah.
open positions.
gonna
the justification.
Trademark that.
Yes, sir.
Just be sure we understand justification and they go through the work of
And,
telling us that.
and when do we need to put a percent in for incentive? That's not saying that we're guaranteed we're gonna pay it. That's just if we pay it, it'll be this percent.
Yes.
It's already in the, yeah.
It's in the budget.
Yes.
So-
And we could play with it so that, like, that
Well, I don't have a
percentage,
problem.
we could
I
still.
mean, how would we do that? Would that be through policy or just a vote?
It'd be when we adopt the budget and that's in there. then
Yeah.
it's
Okay,
done.
okay. Well, then we just need to give her a number. Okay.
Yeah.
And we'll make sure we have all the kinks worked out on that side too, so.
And then, see, so do we have some more things to talk about this morning? I mean, we can take a quick break and come right back here.
Yes, that'd be good.
What?
But, or you mean this morning, I thought you said, do you want to take a break? I don't think so unless we wanted to go into some of the position increases.
So yesterday, we discussed the adds to staff, and we were able to get through a review of all of those. And then following that, it was a review of salary adjustments, and we have a few reclassification requests. And so
Okay.
that was the next piece
so-
to cover.
Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, now, also you were going to look though, we took care of the outliers, right? Have we so that's done.
Yes, we
Okay.
have an estimate for
So now what we need to know is on those requests, how do those match up against the reclassifications that's gonna put people in a certain position money-wise anyhow?
Yes, we've accounted for, we have that number of these, 60 requests we have.
some
There's
glaring-
this percentage that's taken care of by
Like
the
if somebody's
implementation.
already moved up $1,000 and they were requesting 500 from the old, then that's out the window.
I have that kind of
Okay.
highlighted for filtering out that those have been solved for.
Okay.
Yeah, and I've got, a thought on some of that too, so. All right, let's take a 5-minute recess and then we can come back and try to cram as much as this we can in before noon.
Yes.
That'll save us time down the road.
Yeah, I'm fine with whatever you need.
We'll get it done. All right, let's stand recess 5 minutes.
It was a
Recording stopped.
good morning session.
Good discussion. it's, oh, those folks out there will be throwing parties for engineering and road and bridge
Computers
forever.
too,
They're so excited about
which
that.
I know I need to talk to John about moving out to into his assessment, or whatever we need to do. It's just, but I don't know, it's so different. It doesn't matter. It's so different. But I'm like, well, we have it in there. Should we just go ahead and buy new? And then they take mine away for a surplus computer, you know?
And I told him, I said, maybe next.
I lose track of when mine gets placed.
Let us digest the expense that we just.
Right, I'm just saying.
Yes, true.
You know, this countywide bridge thing, to me, that kind of stuff is what that could be utilized for. Little fixing here pieces of.
Bingo, not big extended projects.
I know.
Little rat killing sometimes you don't get to. How much can you do with those?
I really need to see like each person's desktop and laptop and
Thank you for that.
Anyway,
they're within a couple years of
But
each
I'd
other. It
still
only
like a
makes
listing
sense.
of all of our
Oh, the roads.
names of the county roads in our precinct. Because I want to go through and
Okay, okay.
At one time, you know, we had put together a list of gravel roads that we wanted to convert over to chip seal. And then got to talk, you know, we've got some farmers that don't want chip seal. They don't want them.
It's best if you can leave it gravel, because it's
And put
cheaper,
weather
it's
with it.
faster to smooth up.
Absolutely.
And if they're farming,
That's all they're doing.
that's all they're doing. They're gonna tear up the road.
No.
Do you want to? Does that sound fun?
Tear up all those chips.
Yeah, pull it out, pull it in.
Yeah.
They're gonna eat it up.
Yeah.
And they don't want, so we know we'll always have some gravel roads.
You know, it's hard for people to,
I don't want
the
to.
layperson to,
Understand.
why wouldn't anybody want
Also,
a
there's-
paved road versus a gravel road? But if you're farming out there, you just, you don't want paved roads.
I'm going to be in like
And for us, it helps us.
To approve it without having to put it. It's under that. It's because someone spent
and I didn't realize, I thought 2 was around
like $1, $2.
miles, and they're 211.
So
It's 211 miles.
possibly like, would that be part of it too?
Yeah. And he, a lot like you.
I could sign off.
A lot of the roads in bad shape are in the
Oh,
city.
yeah,
I'm being serious.
No, you're,
But you have to drive on them to get to the lake
I quit.
in some cases.
Well, and see, that's where I think interlocal agreement with Hallsburg, based on Trading House Lake as a county park.
Recording in progress.
I have to figure it out now.
Okay, let's call court back in session. Okay,
I just didn't want to mess any of your filtering up while you're up there. Thank you. Okay.
okay.
Okay. So we will then
Yes.
change over and we'll start going through the list of the personnel increases to positions and changes in names and reclassifications.
So, yes, we have a combination of those three types of requests. The majority are just straight salary adjustment requests or salary increase requests. We have a couple of requests that are straight title changes only and not an associated change in function or salary. And then we have a few reclassification requests where there are some updates to the job functions, title change, and salary requests as well associated with those. So we have a total of 59 salary requests to go through. 10 of these requests would be addressed with the implementation of the plan of bringing positions to minimum. Applying COLA first and then bringing them to that minimum. For the majority of them, it actually places them a little higher than what they were requesting originally. So,
Is that noted on here?
so I can filter for those because it is
I mean,
noted.
due to adding COLA, it put them ahead of what they were asking,
Right.
I guess.
And then also the new plan to minimum.
Yeah.
Make sure I have the right count.
Am I on the right one right here?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Oh, this one wouldn't be one.
She's organizing it. You have to watch it
On Zoom? Go to Zoom?
on the, yeah.
Okay.
So these 10 here, they're salary requests for these positions. And the plan, the last plan we kind of have on default for the implementation of the structure, which is COLA, then bringing them to minimum following that would address the requests here for these specific positions under these departments.
So bringing them to minimum, or any of the salaries that are brought to minimum is just in that category. It doesn't affect midpoint or any of those, right? I mean, you wouldn't think it would.
Right, it's
Yeah,
not,
so,
they're going to be at minimum of their newly assigned pay grades.
so, one of the things, if we go through the process and we get down and we're saying, this whole budget, or especially the personnel deal, is hard to, this increase is hard to handle. One thing, I mean, you tell me if this is an idea that we come slightly short this year of coming to midpoint, like we move 80 or 90% towards those, where there's some money left to get everything done that we're trying to do. Would that throw a big kink into everything that we take 2 years to get there instead of 1 year? I mean,
Are you
we're
talking
taking a
about
huge
mid or minimum?
minimum.
You're talking minimum.
I'm just talking minimum.
Minimum? Okay, because that mid is
Chunk.
that's a lot.
Yeah, no, I'm talking,
Minimum?
well, I mean, so I guess any of these plans, can we swallow it all in 1 year, or do we need to bite it off in two
Right. And so
chunks? But I'm just trying to think of ahead if this personnel thing is
Sure, so the
more than we can handle.
The total for that implementation, the cost is cut a lot by the implementation of first the COLA and then bringing positions to
Yeah.
minimum. It goes from about 230,000 to more like 160,000, I believe. So really,
Yeah, the COLA is the big cost.
Yeah, so where you put it in, front or back.
Yeah, yeah.
and so really just isolating the cost of the plan implementation alone for these 35 positions that remained under minimum is at 160,000 or so figure, not the original 231,000 that I
Okay.
had proposed. So if,
Okay, I understand.
okay. Screen, and so part of that cost would apply to some of these positions. So these are some of those positions that are below minimum. There are 2 positions on this list that are requesting a title change. One of them is for precinct 5. There's a request to have a position be called a sergeant deputy constable position. That is a new naming convention. We don't have that title. That title doesn't exist currently under the county. I believe.
Well, how many, generally a person of rank oversees other people?
Yeah.
Right.
How many people are under a sergeant in precinct 5? One person?
And so they only have a handful of deputy positions under precinct 5, and they do have a chief position,
Yeah,
which supervises staff. And so I wouldn't say they were at a level that would require another tier of leadership. So for instance, we only have a chief deputy constable in Constable 1, and that's the only leadership title that they have, but they have 10 or 11 deputies or so. So I would compare to that precinct before attempting to add another leadership rank or title.
Title's not necessary, really, right?
It shouldn't be, but I always just get concerned, okay, it's just a title change and we do it, and then 2 years from now, it's a sergeant. They should be making more because sergeants are at this level and.
Right,
So
transfer to SO and then.
Well, I mean, they're already asking for an increase, aren't they?
They are, but these are one of these positions that are below minimum.
Oh,
And
that
so,
would be brought up regardless.
exactly, so we wouldn't recommend the title change, but we would, of course, want to include them in that practice of moving
Okay.
positions to minimum.
Okay.
I'm with you on the title change. I don't think it's necessary.
And then the other title change that we would consider is for Constable Precinct 1, the existing clerk position. They're requesting that it be called a chief clerk.
How many clerks are there?
So that depends on the court's approval of their
The new full-time.
concurrent add to staff. They are requesting a clerk position.
So it'd be two?
So there would be two, yes.
So you would have a chief and then a clerk.
Right. Which under JP offices and constables' offices, having a chief with one person reporting to them is common. It's not strange.
Well, but I would think in the chief deputy arena, I would agree with that, when in the deputy arena, but I don't know that I would agree with in the clerk scenario.
Yeah, so chief clerk would be a new position or title under the constable
Yeah.
realm.
Which you currently don't have.
Because we don't have one constable's offices that has more than one clerk.
So they put the title on there to get the increased salary. Does it affect the salary to be the chief clerk over the clerk?
It would slightly, so it would change the minimum.
Guy did it.
It would change the minimum from 41,700 to 44,900.
And that's after the new salary schedule?
Yes, those new, I'm referencing the new salary schedule, their new structure.
Okay, on that line, where's the new salary schedule?
So that's
what's it
the
called?
pay grade minimum. That's this.
Okay, that 44.9,
That would be the minimum if the court approved
the new
this,
pay grade.
the leadership function and title change, which HR would only recommend if the court approved the add to staff.
And what's your recommendation on this?
It's contingent on the add to staff.
No, on the title, just the title.
The chief clerk, we are fine with if they're leading one additional clerk and training them and being a resource for them.
Okay, because you had a 0 recommendation.
An other, because it was contingent on that concurrent add to staff request.
Oh, okay.
Because if the court wouldn't approve that, then we wouldn't see the need for the chief clerk title.
We're already raising salaries up. So I'm not real keen on salary requests beyond what we're already raising salaries, to be honest with you.
No.
That's my opinion. We're already gonna spend a pot full of money
Yeah.
on this new salary schedule, which rightfully so, to get us competitive is what we've got to do. I understand that. But then to go on top of that, I don't know.
I'm with Commissioner Smith. I just get leery when we start creating new titles in certain areas. It just makes me a little nervous.
Sure. Well, we can, I mean, if say court does approve the add to staff and there are now 2 clerks within that office, we can just reassess with the department the following fiscal year to see what changes and duties did this position have following the add to staff. It can remain the same.
Yeah, I mean, we're doing a new salary schedule. I'd like to give us a year to digest that before we delve into too many title changes and everything, to be honest with you. We're just
Okay.
having to swallow a whole lot right now.
Okay.
A title change, in my mind, the justification is a significant increase in duties
Functions.
and authority and those things. And if that's not part of it, then I don't agree with the title stuff.
Okay. So we can leave those as no for now. The other, most of the other requests I have recommendations for is yes, because not surprisingly, they are very far below their market midpoint, but that is why we're having to adjust them to minimum. And so I feel like the implementation would address all of these positions, so I would say court wouldn't have to take any action on the positions on the screen right now.
let's just roll with that.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, under,
Did you catch all those positions,
under,
Haley?
timeout, under Veteran Service Officer, was that the one he backed out of?
Yes.
No, this is an existing position, so he backed out of an add to staff request.
Oh,
This
okay.
is an existing position.
That'll be brought up to new.
Exactly.
Okay,
It's out of
gotcha.
range and it'll
That was
be,
was that was that one of the outliers then you're talking?
it is.
Okay, okay.
Yes, sir. Okay. So we have taken care of those. And so I think these are salary. I'm actually gonna do that first. I'm gonna address the straight salary adjustments first before we get into the reclassifications or title change that aren't addressed with the new structure implementation. So the salary adjustments, I'll organize them by recommendation. I think they are already, yes, okay. So how I assessed a recommendation for all of these, pretty much, if they were above the minimum but below midpoint, I have them as other and would look to the court to see how they wanted to address positions that were below market midpoint. And so I've organized them by ratio here, so those most below.
Can you zoom out just
Sure.
Where we can see other positions.
just so we can see the names of the positions? Even if it gets too small and
I can hide this too, to try to get, I can hide this too, because this isn't right now. Is that better?
yes.
Okay. So I organized them by those most below their midpoint. And so it would be up to the court to determine their strategy for addressing this if they wanted to address them. All of these positions are above the new position minimums or pay grade minimums.
Say it again.
All of these positions, these are just straight salary requests. They are all currently budgeted at a level that is either at or above their new pay grade minimum.
Their new pay grade.
Yes. So, for instance, you could see here this payroll administrator position. It's currently budgeted at $55,725, and the new minimum for that pay grade is $55,700. So it's $25 above.
They're already $25 above.
Yes, and so that's that.
Does that also include the 3% already kicked in?
It does not.
So these budgeted salaries do not include the 3% COLA?
That is correct. And so I have these as others because they're below a 1 ratio. So they're below their mid-market midpoint. So there's room for improvement if the court wanted to bring any positions closer to their midpoint. All of the no's I have here on this sheet, they're positions that are already budgeted at their market midpoint or above.
Well, you can go ahead and pull those out.
So with the 414th and the 474th in their request, we got to look at the other courts. Are they similar? Are they asking for more pay than the other courts are giving their staff, or?
So the court admin assistant positions across all courts are budgeted at the same level. So there's 54,139. And that goes for our court administrator positions as well. Those are all budgeted the same. So we would likely recommend if there were any adjustments to one particular court, we'd probably want to apply that.
I would stay away from that this year personally. I don't want to start that game.
I don't want to
Just
interrupt you,
ask
I'm
if
sorry.
there's anything glaring, let's talk about it. Otherwise, let's just.
I filtered out the ads to staff first, and then, I filtered using the,
Yeah, like, if there's something,
Yeah, if there's something
we can
that's,
talk about, but it looks like,
and also too, I'm not too interested in getting anybody to mid unless the comp ratio is below 8. Is that right? Is that our,
That's been our goal in the
has
past.
that been our
hasn't it?
goal?
all of these are at 8 or above. Because those that were below that also happen to be below their new position minimum, their pay grade minimum. So those have been addressed with that implementation.
so does anybody on the court have a problem with, going ahead with the recommendation on no, we just go ahead and handle those?
Yes, take it
And,
out.
and quite honestly, I think you had an O by the district courts, correct? You had an O by it?
Yes, I did. They're at a 0.83.
I would not, yeah, that's something we don't wanna, they have to stay somewhat in a moderate range with one another, and that's, one of them was a $10,000 increase, am I right?
Yes, this one here.
Yeah.
So they're currently at 60,591. They are above their new pay grade minimum of 55,700. And compared to market, so other positions, court administrator positions in other counties, this is the average here, the 72,744.
Okay.
So if for some reason our cost of living adjustment wasn't competitive this following year, then that could be a conversation in the following year.
So what's a consensus on all the district court requests?
I'm with you.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
No?
Got 3.
I'm gonna go ahead and add a column. And right. See, I took off $1 here, and then let me hide.
But the bottom line is, every one of these are at the 0.8, which has always been our goal.
Can you see my filter,
or
Haley?
above.
No, because I downloaded it.
Isn't that correct?
Correct.
Oh, I got you. Yeah, yeah.
I'm not editing it with you.
Okay. I'm just gonna add a column here. Oh, it took my filters off. Wonderful. Okay. So I took all of these off. I must have another filter on. Okay. I think I'm just gonna write down the rule, Haley. O's and N's for straight salary adjustments. Now I'm gonna go through the reclassifications.
Go back where we were,
Okay.
where we can see the titles now, see where we are. And pull it down smarter, where we can see the ratios, yeah, there you go.
Let me take out those that are new ads. This is where we were. I just filtered, let me filter the minimums. There. This is where we were.
Okay. And every one of those listed currently is at the 0.8 or above.
Yes, sir. The 0.8 or above, so these are just positions that
Requested salary increase.
requested salary adjustments, yes. So we've already gone through the positions that had requests in for adjustments, but that were addressed by the salary structure implementation, bringing those to minimum, and now just straight salary adjustments. So I'm going to jump into reclassifications.
Well, I mean, what have we decided here? We're
Yeah,
gonna
real
leave it-
quickly, we haven't approved anybody to get an increase yet, right?
Right. It sounded like there was a consensus to not address any of these positions.
Anything below 0.8.
Yep.
We would.
Which I don't think we have anything, correct?
Right, not on this list, no. Everything is at 0.8
We
or above.
concur with her recommendation on no on those ones that are identified previously.
Okay.
Is that
And
clear?
if it's O and it's, well, so
Yeah, what
none
about
of them are
what
below
about the
point-
others? Yeah, none of
below
them are
0.8?
below
below
0.8.
0.8.
So there's
Those others,
just no increases, period.
Correct.
okay. And then we have,
Make it clear, now, none of these had the 3% COLA tacked on already, did they?
correct.
Okay, okay,
That COLA has not been applied to the budget amount that you see here.
okay.
Okay, so here we have most of the or all the reclassifications. There are some in here that are just title changes. And so we have a request from the district attorney's office, a legal assistant one
Can you
position.
squeeze that down where we can see, is there the office over on the left? There you go.
Yes. And I think I can make this slightly bigger.
Highlight it. Oh, good. Yeah, you did. Thank you.
So this legal assistant one position. They're requesting that it be reclassified to a legal assistant two. The salary that's being requested is in line with all the other legal assistant two positions. So those are all budgeted.
And,
The same.
and you've analyzed that, they meet the qualifications of a legal assistant too. I don't know what those are, but there has to be some difference.
The functions that they're requesting are in line with those in a description of a legal assistant two. And then the ratio works as well, so the quantity of legal assistants ones and legal assistant twos would match at this point with this change
Yeah.
in the department. So it fits structurally too, so we wouldn't be opposed to that.
Yeah.
That change. And the salary matches, the salary requested matches the existing legal assistant two titles. So we have a request for maintenance of building. You know what, let me sort this. I'll do county treasurer. This is a salary request and a title change. This is actually not a reclassification, it's just a title change. The payroll functions and accounting assistant functions aren't that different in complexity, so we wouldn't recommend a reclassification. The position budget is at a ratio of 0.93. So we had that as other for that salary adjustment request, because again, it falls below a 1, but above a 0.8, so however. And HR is okay with the title itself.
Okay.
So you can do a title change without a budget change? I mean, without a salary increase is what you're saying?
Right.
So you're okay with this
Yes,
title change?
yes.
Okay.
And at a 0.93, what would they go to if they were given that raise he's asking for?
a 1. Let me see if there's a
Again,
1.1.
okay. I'd like to see, Commissioner Smith said it earlier, we need to digest this new structure, pay structure and all, before we start jumping out and approving a lot of these increases. So I would be out on that. I'm taking Anna's recommendation, I guess, is what we're doing.
So the next,
Is that one good with title change?
yeah, is the court
Title
okay
change.
with the title update?
I'm fine with that.
I'll change that, fine.
So we already went through the district attorney. The next two are from the IT department. And so the first one is just a title change. They want to change the term network design analyst to an IT network administrator 3. And why isn't... Sorry, there was another request from them and I'm not seeing it, so I filtered incorrectly. HR is okay with the title of network administrator. They have another request to make a network technician a network administrator tier 1. The functions aren't that different to warrant a 1 and then a jump to a 3, so we would recommend a tier IT network administrator 2. And the pay would be in line as it exists currently.
So,
It's an IT,
Yes,
so you're saying make that a 2 instead of a 3?
right.
here, on line 25?
Line 25, yes. The change from network design
No pay
analyst.
change, no pay grade change,
Right,
no pay change, okay.
no pages. So it would just be a change in title. We are good with administrator, and I think structure-wise, it makes more sense to have a 1 and a 2. I'm gonna clear all the filters. Okay, there's that second request. For that network technician position, this is a reclassification. This is not just a title change. So the network technician position is currently a non-exempt position. If it were to be an IT network administrator 1, it'd be an exempt level position. And then the salary we would recommend for that is this market midpoint, just because the other position is close to that market midpoint. That's $75,642. And for this one, we are in support of that reclassification. I have the first one as another just because the differing of opinion than the tier title. But the reclass from network technician to network administrator 1, as far as other IT organizations go amongst our comparable counties, it seems we are understaffed as far as network positions go and as far as professional level network positions go. So this is a reasonable request, and they feel like the position is currently filled by somebody who can perform those functions.
So it's strictly a title change with the salary change. But that doesn't mean if we do the title change that they want to come back and hire someone in the old title. That doesn't open up another position. They're
It does
asking-
not.
They're not
Neither of
asking for
these.
another, okay.
These are changes to existing positions. So the first one is just a title change, no salary request. The second one is a reclassification. So it would move to a different pay grade that it is currently assigned in the new structure. And it would be a pay increase. And it would be a move from a non-exempt position to an exempt position.
Justified, in your opinion.
Yes, when looking at other IT organizations.
Okay.
And when looking at the current functions being performed by the employee, usually a network technician is more hands-on, cabling, manual labor like that, and that's not all they're doing. The next reclassification is, I'm sorry, this one is not, it is a reclassification. It's the IT department again. It's their senior project manager position. This position currently supervises the new project management office created in their structure last year. And so for continuity of leadership purposes, they want to actually make this position a IT deputy director.
It's not.
An IT deputy director, and they
This
have,
is the new position that was created, right?
last year.
Last year.
Yes, sir.
It's not Tim.
Okay.
It's, and it was filled, I believe, late last year.
Okay.
And so this position would serve as kind of the department's second.
John had said that this, yeah, it would be this would be a succession plan.
Exactly.
In case something
Yeah.
happened, like
Yes.
what happened.
Yeah. The department head.
Yeah, to the department head.
Right.
I mean,
And
yeah, I'm good with this.
Yeah,
Just because you get a little, I think I get a little cleaner org chart
Yeah.
necessarily. So
And the functions match. We had John kind of really what changes in functions the positions would have. So it would go from supervising just that project management group to actually serving as a escalation supervisor for the entire department. And when looking at comparable counties and their IT departments, for a workforce our size, it is more common to have an assistant IT director position. And so 5 of our 9 comparable counties have an assistant director level position. And so the salary, I think when he first submitted this request, he didn't intend on going for the deputy director position. So the salary was just a salary request, not a reclassification. So this salary request here is out of date, and
okay.
he wanted to move forward with what we found for market midpoint, which was 119,308,
What does that do with the ratio?
which is this figure right here.
And what is, so that's a what increase?
10,991.
More than that.
Well, 94 to 105, 6 and 5.
94 to 119.
5,000.
I thought he was asking.
5,000.
I thought he was asking for.
Yeah, that's,
He
the request is
originally
the request is
submitted,
105, isn't it?
no,
he originally submitted a request for that, and then after,
the request now is for 119,308.
that request was just an increase without changing any position details, functions, or title.
So what
And
would
he
like
emailed
I'd be
the
more
request
inclined
later.
with the change with the 105, 080.
I would do that also too. What does that comp ratio look like?
I think it's gonna be bad. 0.88.
That's,
Yes, and that would be above the minimum of the new pay grade, because it moves up 1 pay grade.
and it's
would be-
above a minimum?
It would be above the minimum, yes.
Minimum.
So we're good with this 105?
I am.
Okay. And any thoughts on the network administrator positions? This one's not a salary adjustment, it's just if the court wants to be the tiebreaker for our difference in title opinion.
I thought we'd already agreed that, what are we talking about here? I thought we'd already gone past that.
The network administrator, leaving it at a tier level 2 is okay with the court.
Leave it at 2?
There's no salary change associated with it.
That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah. It says 3 on there. Is that what you're,
That's what the request was,
and you're saying it needs to be 2?
right?
Okay.
Good with that.
Yep.
And then the network technician, that is a reclassification. And I think it sounded like the court was okay with with that, that is a salary increase. Was the court okay with the salary increase to 75,642
Yep.
from 48,887?
From 48 to
Yes,
75.
yes.
What does that put it on?
Where?
comp
Who?
ratio? What's that put it on comp ratio?
I don't know why.
Yeah, that's just a huge increase.
It would be a 1, that would.
What are we talking about?
This is the network administrator 1 position, so changing the current technician position to this more professional level network administrator 1 position.
Okay.
What happens if you
I
change
always
it?
get confused. What's more senior, 3 or 1?
The 3 or 2 if we change it to the
So
2.
it goes, 1
1
is
is the more
entry.
entry. Mhm. You could place it somewhere just above the minimum of its new grade, which is the 69,000 figure.
What happens if you put it like at 69.5? What does that make the comp on that?
.92.
What does it take to make it a 0.8?
Well, at that point, it would be below the pay grade minimum.
At
So
0.9?
I wouldn't recommend.
At 0.9 would be below, but it'd be above our 8.
Let me just ask you this. We've changed, IT might have changed more than any department we have with regards to name changes and classification changes and all. And so I'm beginning to get a little leery just looking at all this. Why do you think it's necessary first, the classification change?
If they're performing functions that aren't just cabling or these more labor-intensive functions and are and according to the function submitted by John, they are more firewall protection, network protection, and monitoring of the network. And so that would be more of an administrator level position.
Is this structure similar to our peer counties?
Yes, so compared to other counties, it does seem like we're lacking in professional network
And the previous-
administrative position.
The previous director had deleted the deputy director, the deputy director position.
I believe so. I think it was turned into the
Yeah.
infrastructure manager position now. Or something like that.
So if we approve this, what's the minimum increase without creating
For the network administrator 1 position, 69,000.
69?
We wouldn't recommend going below that.
That would put it at a 0.8,
0.919.
0.919.
Or 0.9 exactly, because that had the $500 that Commissioner Smith, so it'd be probably 0.9.
Yeah, it'd probably be 0.9, yeah, without the 500. Yeah.
And I do need to say that when I was talking about the changes, not since John's been here, I just remember we allowed maybe 2 reorganizations back in the day. And so I would like to see, let's pick a model and be consistent and stay with it. And I think that's probably what John's trying to do.
Well, that's where John's trying to get.
Yeah.
Let's get it done and move on.
Sure.
It's better than 25.
Network, IT.
It's 20, but it's better than 25.
So-
14, 14.
For 1414, it sounds like we're gonna land on the $69,000 figure. And for the deputy director, it sounds like we're landing on the 105 figure, 105 and 80. And so it sounds like court's approving these reclasses, but, keeping these salaries closer to a beginning point as far as the pay grade goes. So we'll move on from that. The next request here is this is just a straight title change. There's no pay adjustment or reclassification or change in pay grade involved. They're going from a jail maintenance lead to just a maintenance lead. And they're just taking the word jail off of it. And so that.
I have no problem with maintenance lid.
So yeah, HR,
What's that called?
the more flexible position title can be, the better. And so we're okay with that change.
But the chief clerk?
No, the jail maintenance lead.
Oh, yes, yes.
The chief clerk, we had already reviewed, so we'll move on with, we were okay with just leaving the position as it exists now. And we also did go through the deputy constable position. The next two positions are, again, maintenance of buildings. These are the inmate work crew supervisor positions. There's needing to be an update to these positions because there's been a huge reduction in the trustee program from the jail.
No longer.
My understanding is,
Well-
yeah, they would prefer not to do it at all.
So there are currently three.
We need to ask so about that because I've heard mixed.
Well, so I had a long talk with him about that. And he is wanting us to see if possibly weekend inmates could get on the Spurs crew, which is a total different ball of wax.
Yeah, we gotta do something about that weekend thing out there. It's not good.
But
It's a big burden.
at this time, I don't think that we'll ever see a return to our inmate program that we used to have. Maybe TJ can get a little something more out of them, but I think they were wanting to reformulate and offer some help, but it wouldn't be through trustees. And that, I could be wrong.
So there are currently three positions under maintenance of buildings that are under this position type, this inmate work crew supervisor position. They're intended to be jailer certified. They currently still are. These three individuals have filled the positions. TJ wants to reduce it to one inmate work crew supervisor. He states that he's already had discussions with David Ives and that the plan is to move forward with 1 to 3 trustees under the supervision of the remaining inmate work crew supervisor position. We've confirmed with the sheriff's office, this employee, even though the program's been kind of on pause for years, that person is still certified, has an active jailer's license, and has kept up with the required training and maintain licensing. And so with that, keeping that one position, TJ does want to change and reclassify the other two positions to have them match the functions that they've been assisting with since the discontinuation of the more expansive inmate work crew program. And so the first one, he wants to change to a custodial lead. This person would help them coordinate all of the custodial contractors, scheduling them and moving people throughout facilities as needed. And so it reports as an increase, and so it's budgeted at $48,496. However, because these positions were under the step pay plan, they actually received step on top of that. And so it is actually close to, the requested salary is close to what was being spent total on these positions. The main feature that HR likes is cleaning this up and removing these positions from the step plan. Because
Yeah.
they don't really gel or match well with the structure. And so,
And all we're doing is taking what they were getting from the step plan and moving over here and making it salary.
right, and so, I don't think it's an exact dollar match, but it's pretty close.
But it's pretty close.
Yes.
Okay.
And so, and
Fine.
the amount requested and the functions of the position fit into the organizational structure with the comparison close to a maintenance technician 3 position, since they'll have coordination and leadership.
And the ratio is, with the new requested salary, what does it make the ratio?
I don't think I have market information
On that?
for these,
Yeah.
for these 2 positions.
But the bottom line, it's almost a wash because they move off the step plan.
Yes, exactly. And there will be, we'll be assigning them to the same pay grade as a maintenance technician 3. That's a part of our general structure now. And so that will be a lot cleaner.
I'm good.
And so the second position, they will be kind of performing similar functions, but in coordinations of landscape and groundskeeping and all of those contractors, and coordinating and scheduling the maintenance of the grounds.
Okay.
So the last title change here we have is for our commissioners' administrative assistants. And so there was an earlier request to change the title to an executive assistant position. That was followed by a secondary request, I think. So the first request came from Precinct 3, and there was a secondary request emailed recently from Precinct 2.
Wanting what?
It's Precinct 3 and 2.
Yeah, but what, wanting to change what?
The title, their title.
Based on what? What's the?
Responsibilities and duties, I guess.
That it more echoes their executive level functions or working for somebody that is at an executive level position. And so the administrative assistants for commissioners have been compared salary-wise to other commissioners' assistants in other counties. And then when pulling market information, they are already compared to positions that are administratively supporting higher level management or
implies
leadership.
entry level and doesn't reflect the level of support given.
Responsibilities.
Yeah, and responsibilities. Decision-making
salary
authority.
change.
No
No
salary
salary.
change.
Strictly title.
Now, I will just say, I just will give, so if it's, I was under the impression that this was gonna be for all 3.
So we have 2 requests, one from Precinct 2 and one from Precinct 3. I would recommend that they all have the same title.
Absolutely, if we're gonna do it.
Chrissy said, honestly, she said she didn't care either way.
Yeah, but if we're gonna do it,
Also-
we need to make all of them the same.
Yeah, that's where I'm at.
Okay.
I don't have a problem with it.
It's harmless.
6-1,
Okay.
Okay.
So we'll do that
no-
across
no-
the board
no-
for
no-
all
There's
precincts.
no financial implications, so.
Okay. And that gets us through our reclassifications. I'm gonna just do a quick once-over because I think we are almost done with these individual requests.
Anything else today?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, there's,
After lunch.
it's gonna be after lunch pretty quick.
I was gonna say, it better you be lunching.
I'm on lunch here now.
I think that takes care of all of our,
Has it got it?
Grease pit, here we come.
I'm reminded of that cartoon character that said, "Hunger gnaws at my vitals, I must have sustenance."
I think
Some
that
of us
takes
just
care of all
require
of them.
more than others, right? That's me. Well, good.
That's all I have. So we'll just loop back to the add to staff requests with that information related to the kind of position swap thing and getting exact amounts for that.
You know, at some point with all the changes been made with the new salary structure, because what the judge said earlier, I'd like to see a grand total, salary costs, where we were last year, where we're gonna be under the new structure, so we can decide if it's a one-step or two-step approach. Judge, isn't that what you're asking?
Yeah.
And we'll start going back to that main summary page and look at those layers and what those layers are gonna cost. And then we can play with the options that you all have. So
Okay.
I think after going through this list, I think we'll be able to get a really accurate
Startup Waco.
estimate.
And you'll have you'll have all the tax, tax levy,
yes, the rates are being calculated right now.
Yeah, okay.
So that's just kind of what we're waiting on. And I'll let y'all know as soon as I do, of course.
Anybody have a card or something I could carry this back over with?
Good Lord, yeah.
So is 130 okay, or do we need to extend?
I can't be here, so it's up to y'all.
130 good for y'all, or you need?
My sandwich is right over there.
Okay,
130 is fine with me.
that's good with me.
All right, we recess to 1:30 and Commissioner Perry will open the meeting.
Recording stopped.
30 seconds.
Oh, here it is.
15.
Oh, here, let me, I'm having trouble sharing my screen when it's, something on the
Recording in progress.
OneDrive.
You there?
I don't know. It's not letting me open it when I start to share screen. I bet, I know.
Let's call court back into order at this time. Before we hear from John and John this afternoon, Commissioner Jones found something that we need to go back and take a look at. So with that being said, at this time, Commissioner, if you would take it.
So yeah, Tracy brought to my attention that they're on the increase in the precinct 2 road materials budget was due to an interlocal agreement with Hallsburg, and then also working on starting to improve the Trading House Lake Corridor roads. And they will need this starting, if that is gonna be and I would assume that Scott would want the focus to be Trading House and Hallsburg, then they're gonna need that money to start hauling that material in there this fall in October. A couple months ahead of the new commissioner coming into office.
Okay. I'm perfectly fine with that. So what I'm hearing is that we need to put that 300 back in to make that line item 1.2 million.
Perfect, and we'll lower than that contingency to 500.
That's fine. Yeah.
Sound good. All right, and with that being said, Tracy, do you have anything to add? Sorry.
No, it's okay. Oh, I forgot my glasses. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I do want to thank you for taking a second look at that. I had presented that information to Judge Felton quite some months back when we really started to dissect the roads that needed a lot of attention in Precinct 2. And historically, we know the systemic deficiencies that we faced in Precinct 2. So making sure that we have an allocated budget to focus on those roads, and especially increasing the budget to fix the roads around the Trading House Lake Corridor, since it's such a big attraction in Precinct 2. And also another reason I asked to increase the capital outlay was due to the lack of equipment and fleet that we've had historically in Precinct 2. Trying to get everything up to par and I guess in working order and produce more production in just a 6-month period in FY24 was just impossible. I think we've hit some great strides. We've had some really good improvements. We've ordered some fleet, and we're also trying to look at another one that we're going to get for this fiscal year, but just trying to do everything in this fiscal year in the time that I've had was almost impossible. And so we just want to make sure that we are hitting 2025 on a good stride with the budget, as far as materials, as far as our capital outlay, making sure that we have everything that we need to be productive and efficient moving forward in the rest of FY25 from October to December, but also for the new commissioner that's coming in, making sure they have a solid budget and solid equipment and everything that they need to function the precinct well.
Yes, ma'am. And I don't believe we had made any adjustments on your capital outlay.
We haven't gone through capital outlay yet.
Okay, there was an increase that I asked there. I'm just letting you know why the increase was requested
and
on
I think
that.
that's understood universally on the court. So
Okay.
I think you're good there.
Okay. Also want to point out that we had a lot of things on our yard that needed to be put back into the general fund, and we were able to net $84,345.75 for all of the equipment that was just sitting on our yard historically for over 20 years that really wasn't being able to be used. So we just recently did that in May. So I'm very proud about that.
I would assume we got our depreciation on that then if it's been there 24 years.
Yes. So
Okay?
thank you all for your consideration, and thank you for allowing me to present that information to you.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
I would like to bring one other little item up. If we're gonna take that 300 and move it back, do we want to consider taking an additional 300 out of general fund and putting it in the contingency on the countywide?
I think we're gonna need to. I think there was a,
I'm okay with a $500,000 in there.
I've got a great idea. Let's ponder that.
Okay.
We'll take it up on and give some more time to,
Market to come back
yeah,
to.
yeah, to do that.
We got time.
Okay? Thank you, ma'am. Okay, at this time, at 1:30, we're just 5 minutes behind. John Passavant and Startup Waco. And your guest, was it Lauren? Kaylee. Okay. That was close, huh?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. It's a pleasure to be in front of you. I very much appreciate the time. We've got a packet of information being pulled up. I also have some hard copies here. If anyone would like, would that be beneficial? Would that be preferred? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
So very briefly, just by way of refresher on our organization, on Startup Waco. Startup Waco was founded in 2017 by a group of cross-sector business leaders and organization leaders throughout Waco and McLennan County. And the goal of the organization was to help develop the entrepreneurial ecosystem in our county. If you recall, back in 2017, a grant from WebMec, which was joint from the Economic Development Corporation of the county and the city, came together to give us a grant to build out a co-working space, which we have on Austin Avenue. And since then, we have been mostly through programmatic investment, meaning working on various different types of programs of education and networking and community entrepreneurial development. We've been operating in that space since that time. We house about 40 different companies there now in various range of startup capacities, from solopreneurs who come in nights and weekends to companies that have a couple of employees. And our goal really, which differentiates us from the chambers and from other groups and other ESOs in our community, is that we focus exclusively on the early stage entrepreneur, on somebody who has an idea, somebody who wants to build a business, start a business many times, often for the first time. We also have a focus in our bylaws as they've built out as an organization to have a continued focus on underserved communities in our county that don't have particular access to these types of services. These would be women-owned business, minority-owned businesses. These would be veteran-owned businesses. Everything that we can do to support entrepreneurship in those classes is considered additionally strong in our mandate. And so every service that we offer for entrepreneurs throughout the county is free of charge. They come in, whether it's connecting them to banking and financial support, to strategic support through finding capital, loans. We house the McLennan Investment Fund, McSIF, through our Community Investment Fund in our office, along with a micro loan program that we operate. So lots of varying of person-to-person, programmatic type work, as well as very tactical and strategic, practical things that we do. So as WebMec, that was a 5-year grant that we did, and we reported back to this court on through that. When that concluded last year, for the first time, we came before the court to say we would to look for investment in going into a new area to serve some new constituents in our community, and those would be students. And I think the alignment for us came when we realized that coming out of COVID, there was a lot of districts within our county that lost some time, that lost some ability through those times of COVID of being able to really invest in the students, particularly for those that are interested in entrepreneurship. And so we came together and we said, hey, we believe that we can help connect the business community and the entrepreneurial community within Waco to these students. And that was the proposal last year. And so we came together to do that. Our goal was to sort of assess the situation of how businesses are connecting with our students across the county, and then we were going to pilot the program in 2 different districts, which we did in Waco ISD and in Midway. And so what we ended up doing was connecting with, there are a lot of there's a lot of great work being done with students existing. There's with CIS through, there's a group, there's the LEAD program, there's a mentor program. The one consistent need that we found is that these organizations were having a difficult time connecting the business owners and the entrepreneurs of our community to students directly. And this was a perfect fit for us because these are the businesses that we work with. And so our goal was to pilot the program in these two districts with the hope of, if we could find a way of connecting even broader, even more rural districts and other parts of our county to these specific growing businesses within the county, that we think that would be an inspirational story and a very worthwhile way of inspiring entrepreneurship in the younger generations. And so we were with over 150 students. For the first time, we got into the schools in Waco ISD and sat down and got to bring entrepreneurs that are successful entrepreneurs into the classroom to sit down with these students, ask questions, talk through how they did it. We had groups of students come into our space to interact with entrepreneurs as well. And so it was a really successful program. We found that the teachers were so grateful to have a resource because they have been working hard. They have amazing curriculum, amazing teachers. They care about how these students go forward in it, but they didn't have a way of connecting with the business community directly, and we could help provide that. And so we had over 13 entrepreneurs and business owners come through the classrooms and speak to the students. And of the surveys that we did with students, 60% of them was our best sort of estimate based on how we did from direct questions asking of how many of them want to be entrepreneurs. Over half, over 60% said they did. And I think when you think about the future growth, the future development of this county, particularly as it pertains to entrepreneurship, investing and showing these students that their concerns, that their questions are important, that we can provide opportunities for them to experience what it's like to run a business, be in a business, speak to an owner of a business, dramatically affects the path that they might choose as they go forward and think through in their own careers. And so what we would like to do in this upcoming year is to grow this, continue to deepen our relationships with CIS, with the Heart of Texas Goodwill Commission that works within schools already, the LEAD program through the chamber, and really help combine a lot of these initiatives together so that we're all working within our lanes and providing a great resource for these students. And we also want to work with more districts. So we had a successful time with these two, but we want to do it with more. And I think provide a program that any school within the county has an opportunity to have their students or whatever works best in their curriculum, a certain class, a certain age group, get connected to the successful businesses and entrepreneurs that are happening within the county. And so that's what we're hoping to do for this year, is to kind of grow and expand it. And it's been, I think, even a morale booster for our team, just to say, to be able to go out and see not just working with existing entrepreneurs, but to see the growth of students and how they want to get involved in starting their own businesses has been really remarkable. So that's where we're coming forward. The grant to do this and to pilot this was $50,000, and so we were asking for that again for this upcoming year, to basically grow out what we're doing, deepen the relationships with existing programs, and to do it with more districts as we go forward.
Well, what's exciting to me about this is we've got brilliant kids in our community.
That's right.
And somebody just planting a seed of, you can own your own business.
Yep.
You can use your own ideas. That's the big part. Just
Yes.
planting the seed at that age and then being there to facilitate and help them. Valuable program.
Yes. And as the county continues to grow and businesses move in, that's a wonderful thing for the county, a wonderful thing for the city. But if there isn't a matching way for the students and the young people that are here already to grow up and benefit from that and experience that, then that's a miss. And so we want to help create that connection. And it's very difficult for the owner of a business. They're busy, they have a ton going on. But when you directly ask them, hey, will you spend a couple of hours in a school talking with kids directly about what it means to be an entrepreneur, you very rarely get a no. You maybe say, I can't do it this week or next week, but okay, when can you do it? And so people want to give. So I feel like just providing that connecting point, that we're sort of that adapter that allows these busy business owners to connect with kids in a way that's very, that works on their schedule and with everyone, was a real value add that we could help to do, and we want to do more of.
Any other questions or comments?
Are you getting any help from any other municipalities, other areas, cities,
Yeah, so on this particular program, no, this is the only funding source. We also supplement it from our general operating fund as well, but 100% of these dollars from the county go to support this program.
This particular program.
This particular program.
Within your bigger structure.
That's correct, that's correct.
How many employees do y'all have?
We have 4 full-time employees and about 3 that operate at a part-time capacity.
Very good.
So the city of Waco, how did they participate?
So they participated in WebMec as well whenever we initially launched and funded. And our agreement, this was before I was here, but my best understanding of that agreement was that was a big investment from WebMec into this initiative and this effort. And so for the period of those 5 years following that we had that, we did not have any operational dollars coming into our organization from the county or the city. Now the city also participates in other programs, so we help them with the We All Win grant. We help facilitate that. They help to fund our micro loan program called Kiva. And so in a similar way to this, they invest in program-specific opportunities that we've identified together as being mutually needed that we can serve. So to be very clear, it's not to our general operating fund. Any investment from both the county and the city go towards specific programs that we probably would not do without those funds to be able to do it.
I certainly like where we're at on this. Make it available to high school students.
That's right.
So. Anyone else?
And you will continue to reach out to other area schools, you mentioned, districts?
Yes, and so the goal that we started within Waco, because this is where we have some of those relationships, but I think what's unique about this program is that it could be to any, especially rural districts. And so that would be a goal, would be to find 1 or 2 rural districts in this upcoming year that we could pilot this program with, and to say, okay, it's not just for these ones here in Waco, but it's countywide. And and bring them in, again, we basically bring a suite of options and make that available to the teachers. The teachers are the ones that know, that are driving, they understand the students and the needs. And so we say, here are the things we could do. And initially it was, hey, we would just love our students to hear from these entrepreneurs. If you think that we could get them to come in, we would love that, because we just don't have the relationships to have them come in. Eventually what I would like that to lead to would be sort of during the school day, field trips, shadow days, internships, things like that it can grow and develop, which would be available.
So I'll just give you a little example. My son, who's a senior at Live Oak, will be a senior at Live Oak. He's been able to shadow this summer.
Yep.
And at a veterinary office.
Okay.
I know that's not entrepreneurship.
Oh, sure.
But he will be an entrepreneur
That's
someday.
right. That's right.
He told me that he absolutely loves what he's doing, and that he loves to go up there and go to work. I mean, how great is that? And that's what you want these kids to be able to do.
Yes.
Is love what they do.
Yes. That's right. That's right.
That's just.
Hey, you said it all for us right there.
Yeah.
And that's why we're doing this, and that's why I'm
If it's
comfortable with
for the kids, then
contribution.
Yeah.
Our contributions.
Yeah.
And if they see someone firsthand that has taken the time to come in and sit in front of them, and then, even invite them, come to my business, come to my restaurant, come to my factory, come see how we do it. I mean, that's an open door and a connection, which is incredibly valuable.
And one other thing I'll throw at you is if it gets to the point that additional funding is requested, if you ever have to go before school boards and ask them to participate and help, I guarantee in precinct 4, I'll go before every one of them with you, and I guarantee you these commissioners that do the same in their precincts. Just go present and show the school boards what we're doing.
Yes.
And see if we couldn't get a little more participation from that.
That's great. That's a wonderful idea. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Well, we will, 50,000 is the ask, and that was what we gave last year, so we'll formulate the budget and get it all in there, and we'll let everyone know where we came out on this, but I like your presentation and I like what you guys did with it.
Thank you. Appreciate the time very much. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
We're grateful for you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Caitlin, I got your name right that time. Have a great day. Yes, ma'am. Okay, we'll move on now. At this time, I see the Crime Stoppers walked in. Sophie, how are you today? Fantastic. You guys ready to present? Feel free to grab some ice cream.
Didn't bring a straw.
My name's Anita Harris. I'm the chairperson of Waco Crime Stoppers. I have never had the opportunity to speak to a commissioner's court before, so a little nervous.
Overwhelming.
Pretty nervous.
Totally overwhelming.
Y'all know Sophie Martinez, our coordinator, that graciously does what she does for us to make us all safer. Waco Crime Stoppers was established in 1982. We're one of the 5 oldest Crime Stoppers in Texas, and our basic deal is to give them a way to receive information, give that information to our law enforcement officers to help solve crimes, and for all that to remain anonymous, the way it's been since 1982. As we go and do our board trainings and our conferences, it always comes down to talking about how you fund your programs. In Waco, we're very, very lucky that the county commissioners has continued to support us, and also with us being very lean in our spending, and of course the city of Waco helping with Sophie's expenses, we're able to keep our expenses down. And as we talk about this in the different conferences, that not all counties have that support. So we really appreciate that support. Yes. Now, coming up in 2024, Waco Crime Stoppers is hosting the Texas Crime Stopper Association Conference here in Waco. The very first time it's ever been in Waco. It has been quite an undertaking to get it done, and right now our registrations are sitting at a little over 260, which is phenomenal for July, just as the early registration has closed. And we figure we're going to have between 300 and 325 here in Waco for the first time. The Hilton's full, the Courtyard's full. We're working on filling up the Cambria now. So this is going to be a bigger conference than what they've had in several years with Texas Crime Stoppers. So we wanted to increase our ask. In years past, y'all have always helped us with $10,000, and that has been more than sufficient to get us through what we need for the year. But with the conference coming, we'd like to ask for 15, just to help us offset the cost of that conference. Within the conference, we are going to have a fun night at Knox Hall. It's going to be 80s themed. We're going to feature the Rewind Band. We would like to invite everybody here to come join us. And any other part of the conference will be all day Tuesday, Wednesday, and then half a day Thursday. Most of our speakers are going to be from Waco. Sophie's got us a great lineup of Waco PD that's going to be doing some speaking. I think we also have a couple with McLennan County Sheriffs that's going to be doing.
We have,
possibly.
yes, we have Carolyn Thomas, who was a resident of Waco, and you're aware of that case.
I worked her case.
Yes. So she will be speaking at our conference at one of our general sessions. Chief Victorian will also be a speaker during our awards luncheon. Our breakout sessions will consist of several of our Waco detectives, and also some members from the Texas Crime Stopper Council will also be speaking, and other presenters from different areas on different topics. We're going to have Force Metrics there speaking on how that program helps different agencies and how it ties in with Crime Stoppers and how it helps investigators, helps them with their cases along with Crime Stoppers, and so how it all comes together. And like she said, we're going to have an 80s theme night, and I will be sending Reagan the invitations for y'all. And because, like she said, we very much appreciate your generosity throughout the years. It really has helped us, and we are very fortunate because many programs have to do a lot of fundraising to keep their programs going. So we really appreciate the help that y'all give us. And then, of course, the last day, I'm really excited about that one because the whole morning will be on human trafficking, and Joe Scaramucci will be presenting that, and with his new organization. So I'm very excited about that, and he will have some survivors of human trafficking tell their story and how, you know, how they were assisted and where they are now and what they're doing to help other survivors of human trafficking. So
What days in September again? did you say?
it'll be October 8th through the 10th. And we will be inviting you to the opening ceremonies on October 8th. And then I'll send Reagan the other details on the other events and schedule as well.
Okay.
That's about it for me. Does anybody have any questions?
It's pretty simple.
You guys do what you do, you Crime Stoppers. I mean, it's,
Well, and
I guess the
Y'all,
the 80s theme is the oldies theme. In my mind, that ought to be 60s, the 60s, not the 80s.
exactly. I was like, well, 80s isn't that far.
80s, I think that's not old.
Well, our young administrative assistant believes that the 80s
I'm
is
sure
for
that's
the old
true.
people. And I'm like, okay.
I hate to get serious.
Yes.
Here, but do y'all keep any statistics or data or anything like that about where we are crime-wise in Waco and McLennan County?
I don't keep as far as Crime Stoppers. I mean, our department does. We have those statistics that I can send to you if
Okay.
you'd like. And I can send you statistics on as far as how Crime Stoppers helps the county, because we do serve the entire county.
Okay.
And I can send you the statistics as well.
that's kind of what he might be getting at too. How many calls do y'all take a year on somebody
Well,
that's,
Crime Stop?
yes?
Monthly, so we have an answering service that takes all our calls, and tipsters, the way they can submit their anonymous tips is either by calling the tip line 753-HELP, or they can go to wacocrimestoppers.org and submit a tip that way, or they can download the P3 Tips app and they can submit their anonymous tip that way. So collectively, when I get the statistics from our answering service every month, our calls range way over 100. It's rare that we get under 100 calls. Tips, usually about maybe 20 tip numbers are given a month. And then those tips are sent to investigators throughout the county. I send a lot to the FAST team, a lot of drug tips that I send to our TAG unit, and that they disseminate it amongst their investigators as well, U.S. Marshals. So as far as the calls, people are calling in using one of the three ways, but it's usually over 100 a month, sometimes close to 200.
Fantastic.
So they're listening, and it's a great tool because a lot of times our citizens, they don't want to be seen helping the police. So this is a great tool where they can contact Crime Stoppers. They know it's going to be anonymous. They're given a tip number, and they give their tip. We send it out, and then if their tip leads to an arrest, then that tipster is eligible for a reward up to $2,000. And then we have a system to where, again, they can get their monies without anybody ever finding out that they're the ones that submitted a tip.
And remember, tipping ain't snitching.
Yes, sir. And that is trademarked.
Well, and another thing I'd like to point out is not all of the tips are picked up. I think Crime Stoppers is a great way just to give people the ability to stay anonymous and to help the police and to help make their community safer. And several times, the tips are never picked up. So that to have that ability to do the right thing sometimes is not always about the reward at the end. So I thought that was very interesting that a lot of our tips are just not never picked up.
And sometimes we'll get a tip, and then that tip, when the investigator gets it, will lead to other cases that they're working on. So sometimes one tip helps solve numerous tips that investigators are working.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Questions or comments? Okay, well, we will duly note that. Francis has your request in there, and we do all this at the end of the budget. So you'll hear from us once we do all of that, but it is hard to say no to Crime Stoppers, I'll tell you that. So
We appreciate
we
that.
appreciate you guys.
Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. John, are you ready, sir?
Do we need to take a 10-minute break while he gets up here?
I'm telling you, it was painful watching him come in. It was.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Right here?
Bye-bye. Oh, I'm sorry, I fixed to grab that one.
No, okay.
Let me see here. Thank you.
Do you want this or? Yep.
Thank you.
Ten-minute break.
So just go ahead and tell us, get it out of the way. Tell us what happened.
I was cutting some plywood in my shop and I dropped a sheet on my toe because I wasn't wearing the proper safety equipment, like a pair of boots or something.
Steel-toed, obviously. That was not easy.
Well, anything would have helped in my tennis shoes I had on.
Are we talking 3/4
Yeah,
plywood?
yeah, it hurt.
Yeah.
So are we gonna have to budget for that in the health insurance fund? For a, for a.
Just keep it under the reinsurance.
For an excess claim?
Well, I will tell you this much, I have not used any healthcare dollars on this. I try to take care of everything I can by myself.
Well, it's what it's there for, so don't feel like you have to do that, please, seriously.
Well, it's not you, I didn't want to pay the deductible.
Well,
You didn't want to pay the deductible.
Got nothing to do with the county.
obviously you're ready to get going, and I think
No, we're good if you need it.
in conversation the other day, one of the bigger concerns, and we'll get to that, is the ongoing costs that we'll incur every year instead of the, I don't mind big expenses as long as they're not recurring, but we might be seeing some of that.
Yes, I saw, I've been watching all the budget sessions, so I
Okay.
know.
You're
I
ready.
heard the discussion yesterday, of course.
So Francis,
So before we get started, his information is several different topics, so we've pulled it together in one packet, and Haley's gonna show you where that is on the OneDrive. Just so we can.
Yes. So in the Commissioners Court, if you go to Department Request folder, and then the IT worksheets,
Request.
and then the IT worksheet.
IT worksheet, okay.
And then it is the one dated for 7/25.
7/25, right there. Okay. Easier to see here than it is up there. For me.
Do you want to start in detail?
Sure.
Sure, okay.
Would you like to hear about every line or just the new items? Or increased items?
I guess increased was highlighted, yeah.
Okay, so on the second tab, it says that it's the detail. So that's gonna show you each line and what is new or what increased for those lines. So we're gonna move to that tab and then walk through those items. Is that the best way to do it?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I believe line 10 there is the first one that increased.
So for furniture and equipment,
And that's for our, so our extreme switches, and that's network equipment. We've just gotten to a life cycle where we need to replace more this year than we have in previous years. That line is always there because there's usually something every year that needs to either be replaced or upgraded or whatever you have. This year, there just happened to be a bit more than usual. I don't remember exactly what last year's number was.
last year we budgeted $114,500 in furniture and equipment in total, so.
The whole line, okay, yeah. That, so I know that this is the one that went up more substantially. I could be wrong. I think it was around $45,000, $50,000 last year.
And so that is the reason for that increase in that line substantially there.
Yeah.
Okay.
The rest of them are fairly similar to last year, if not right on.
we'll skip IT assessments for now and come back to it unless.
Under other services and charges, the new item we had there was, it's line 36, which is the Birch Klein penetration testing. And the 38, oh, I'm sorry, sorry.
Third-party testing?
Yes, so to date, we've got a, as I told you all during the assessment, we have a very good cybersecurity program here, and we have Sinary who does our primary defense. They help us with across the spectrum with cybersecurity. But the one thing we haven't done here, which we really should do, is have a third party test that defense. Because we have the same company testing the company that's defending, and that's, you just always want a third party to check that. And this is what that would cost this year, $32,450. Moving on down to repair and maintenance, I think that's all about the same as last year. There's not much change there. All renewals, you know, and they're all basically license renewals except for.
On this sheet, repair and maintenance is highlighted, and it's about a.
7,000.
Yeah.
Increase.
Sorry, 50 to 7,000.
Says increase in support agreements.
So you've got the stuff hidden on here, huh?
Yes, and she just input it.
She likes to hide stuff.
Get it all.
Make it as big on the screen as possible.
Thank you.
And so she's highlighted those differences there. So the FortiGate and the Extreme Networks, those both increased, the renewals.
Yes, the main increase is due to the Extreme Networks. Well, so the FortiGates increased, and that will actually go down again the next year, or should go down again the next year, because we just, if you remember, we did the whole thing where we brought all of our remote sites, or not all of them, most of our remote sites into our network. That reduces the number of firewalls you have. So we were able to get rid of, if I'm not mistaken, 7 firewalls. So that number will go down next year, FY26.
Which line we on?
The CDWG, Solid IT, FortiGate, ASAs, and
Yeah,
firewall line.
It's broken down here. We're just seeing it as a line, as a category, and she's breaking it down, I think.
It is on the second page of this.
So these are, so what these are is just license renewals each year that you pay for the license for the firewalls. And the reason that number will come down next year is we've reduced the number of firewalls we have. So that will come down, I would say, probably substantially next year, FY26. So that is. And then Extreme Networks, the APs and switches, we've added a fair number of APs are access points for wireless, for Wi-Fi. So we've added a bunch of those out at the jail and Jack Harwell. That's a biggest add. We're going to be adding them here in this courthouse because we just don't have good Wi-Fi service overall. And then to the new Justice Center, we'll be adding them there as well. So this number, frankly, will go up probably for the next few years anyway.
Is that the best way to handle Wi-Fi?
Yes, as far as doing on a regular network, are you thinking, is there another option? Is that what you're asking?
Is there a safer way? Is there a
Wired always safer than Wi-Fi.
Certainly more
Well, I'm not-
reliable, yes.
But
This is
you gotta have
truly,
Wi-Fi nowadays, right?
Sorry?
You gotta have Wi-Fi nowadays.
yes. So you always have folks, so like you have the attorneys coming in, folks who come into all these offices. Typically, you don't let them plug in because you don't want them on your secure network. The Wi-Fi, what that allows us is to have a guest network and a secure network, so the people who are supposed to have access can have access while they're sitting in Commissioner's Court. And the folks who are not supposed to can just get on the guest Wi-Fi to do what it is they need to do.
Sounds good.
Sorry, can you guys guide me on the renewals if there's something that's significantly higher? Okay.
Software licensing.
Where are you? The Broadcom number's gone up a bit.
Yeah, so these are the two existing that increase.
Okay, so line 64 there, which is the Dell Broadcom.
I was talking to Mercedes.
So the line there that's highlighted, that Haley has highlighted, 64, is VMware renewal. So that's our virtual networking license that allows us to have all of our servers onto one server instead of having, say, 70 physical servers. We can mesh those in and save a lot of money on hardware and maintenance and that sort of thing by doing this. The problem is Broadcom bought the company, and across the IT spectrum, people are seeing, and we haven't gotten our number yet, this is an estimate, people are seeing 300% increases on their license fees per year. It's just insane. And our folks, in parallel to this, our folks are looking into other options, other software that we may be able to go to that can avoid a big
How is
hike
that
in this
allowed?
license.
I mean,
No rules, just right when it comes to that when somebody buys a company, unfortunately. Usually you have a
the Justice
contract.
Department would, you know, want to do something about something like that, you know?
Uh,
And it's
I don't know.
proprietary, right? Proprietary, so.
Well, the VMware, if we stayed with that, now we
If you
could
s-
move, there are other options.
There are
And
other
our folks have been to, we found out about this about 3 months ago, that this happened, and the fees that we were seeing, other entities have really high fees. So our folks have already started looking into options, and we might well move to something else if it proves out that this is going to be way more expensive. So typically you have a contract when you have software like any software that you do a subscription based on. And in that contract, it usually spells out the limit of what they can raise it. That's not the case when a company buys a company like this, or at least in this case with Broadcom. But yes, we are looking into alternatives to avoid this hike in these prices. And the VEAM is due to the fact in court, I want to say it was around January, the court approved us adding VEAM, which is our backup software for the M365, the Microsoft 365 licensing. That's why this one increased, because we're protecting a lot more data now with our email. And then down to the new items. Smartsheet is actually, it's increasing, it's sort of a renewal, but we're adding licenses there for it's project management software. And we're adding additional licenses for other IT personnel so that we can do this across the spectrum. The next line there, Adobe
Hey, John,
subscription.
have we looked at all the licensing we have out for all the different things with all the different people to see if there are any of them out there that aren't being used that aren't needed?
For everything or one
Yeah,
specific
pretty much
product?
everything that requires a license for an individual user.
Yes, as long as we know about it. There are certain things that, entities have done years ago, let's say have bought stuff that we don't even know about. But yes, we've worked with the auditor's office when it comes to budget time. Like, they got us some numbers on the other licensings, like for Tyler and stuff like that, and EDOC and stuff.
Okay.
Yes, we have been doing that
So
as
I feel like you got a pretty good handle on that then.
We're pretty sure. Coming up to the next item actually is exactly what you're talking about. So the Adobe license here, the one we're asking to add, line 84, thank you. You see it's $234,000, $234,500. What that is intended to do, currently Adobe is going away from the one license again to subscription-based licensing totally in 2025. So our plan is to take all those licenses around the county that people have, all these one-off Adobe
$19.99 a year.
licenses. Yes, a month, right, for some of these.
A month, yeah.
Yeah, a month, yeah. So what this is doing is just bring it all into one master license so that we can control it a little better. We do get a little bit better price when you bring them all together instead of having however many accounts out there, probably 400 or 500 of them, my guess is. So that's the attempt here, is to lower that overall cost. But you will see it in the IT line item as opposed to every department out there that's got software. Now, the next line, everybody's probably heard the name CrowdStrike in the last week or so. Exactly. So after that happened, we've decided that
Might want to get a backup.
if you would allow, so currently we use a different product, not CrowdStrike. We do have server antivirus right now. Our plan there is if you would allow us to hold that line item and research other alternatives a little further. CrowdStrike might not be the best option given what's just happened. But one thing I would say about that
Whether it is or not is the perception that it could screw up.
Correct. One thing I would say about that is the reason that was such a widespread problem is it was a trusted platform. Everyone, you know, as you can imagine, most agencies are on that, or at least some form of it. Now, there's a lot more to CrowdStrike than just antivirus. What really did them in wasn't so much the antivirus, but the clients on the Windows servers and such. And that's not something we were planning to add. We were planning just to do the antivirus, just so you know, it's not the product that had the problem. But the name is there. It's obviously a stigma to that now. And we will be researching alternatives, because if they do, if their process is a certain way, it could very well be that they do the same thing.
Requires you to.
Well, we had already done that, but now that we've seen this, we're going to go back and see if another
more?
product. Yes. So the next line item, MDM, that's mobile device management. We had that last year as another product, and we are just hoping to switch that to our Zoho product, which is Manage Engine. That's starting to become our complete IT service platform now. We've got a lot of pieces of that the court has approved, and it just makes sense for us to move that in with that. It makes it easier to manage. There's no interface learning curve there. We already know how to use it. And the same thing for the item right below it, Endpoint Central, Endpoint Security. This is to manage the endpoints, which are all the machines out in the county. It just allows us much tighter control and more granular management of those machines. Things like updating the versions and all that sort of thing that we can do automatically rather than having them get out of date or having to do it manually. Saves a lot of man hours. The next item there, CDWG and Pravada. So that is an addition. As you may or may not know, the CJIS regulations, either next year or the year after, are going to require MFA, and it's already best practice when it comes to cybersecurity insurance to have MFA or multi-factor authentication. What that means, of course, is like your bank, they might send you a code that you have to enter after you've entered your password, name and password. Could be a text you receive just to verify that it's correct. There are authentication apps out there. That's part of this, but also a second part of this is the access card readers. So as a part of the security measures, it's always best practice to have everyone badge in if you can. Now, we don't have badge readers at all of our locations, but we do have them at many locations right now, and we actually have 5 different systems right now because of the way they were purchased by different agencies. Our plan is to bring that all under one umbrella and then do access cards that HR would give everyone when they start. So everyone would have a county ID with their picture on it so that they can, have to show that somewhere to get in or whatever. But then those who actually have card readers, then they would go further and we would give them access to whatever doors it is they need access to. So it would serve for that. And then further, we plan to put card readers at many workstations so that you have to enter.
So like if a workstation isn't protected by an entry door with a badge, you'd have to badge at the workstation.
Correct.
I think that's a great idea.
They're called smart cards, and you would just push your smart card in, your ID, whatever that is, you want to say, whatever you want to call it.
How many of those do we have, or do I need to, is that?
Sorry?
How many of those, how many locations, how many machines do we have that would be affected by this?
Well, we plan to do it, this number that you're seeing is counting all workstations.
Even in our office?
Sorry?
Even in our office?
Correct.
Oh, really? Okay.
Because the reasoning there is these doors aren't 100% secure. Someone can get in, and if you haven't logged out of your machine, you've walked away, go to the bathroom or something, they could definitely get access. Because what happens is you put your card in, you do your work, and like when you go to the restroom, you take your card out, it locks the machine. So you have to log in every time. It's a way to kind of force security, if you will, without being awfully intrusive. I know it's something extra, but unfortunately, I don't know a way around it in today's world. And this is the yearly cost, right? There is a one-time implementation cost for that down in a further line item, because that's a new item, of course. We'll skip Tyler for now, come back to it if that's all right. It's a longer discussion, I would say. So Microsoft 365, this number, of course, is larger than last year's, but that's because we're bringing the bulk of the users on this year. if I'm not mistaken, right around 900 this year, 940 or so. It's the bulk of our licenses. If you remember, we were tiering that out so that we could get more usage out of our current office licenses. Well, most of those will be going end of life this coming year. So we'll bring those folks on in January or so, and that'll bring the bulk of the county on.
2019 licenses, is that right?
This is, yes, 2019, correct. And then the next FY '26 will be the remainder, which are 2021 licenses, Office 2021. But this will be the bulk of the users. But when this is done, we'll have roughly 1,000 users on the system, and it's just maybe 110 or so that are left for the next year, FY '26. Professional development. The increase in professional development comes, the Tyler Connect conference every other year that's held inside Texas. And so we need to send some folks this year, given that we've got a lot of new Tyler products that we're now supporting, along with the Munis, which your folks go, every so often too. Moving down to capital outlay. VxRail expansion. So VxRail is our application server, and this would max out as far as space. It adds 48 terabyte. Wow. And that would give us the full range of what we need for the lifespan of that equipment. It will be enough storage. We should not be ever coming back to you with another addition. Now this line here, Improvata. So this is the one-time cost of the program I was just speaking about with the smart cards and multi-factor authentication. You can see it's $182,850. But the renewal license cost will be much closer to what you saw in the other line above. And then Cradlepoint. So what this is to provide us with network redundant links. If you remember the construction accident that took out the records building for a few days last year. So we have no redundancy in our network here in the county. We have one link to everywhere, and if that goes down, we're just out of luck. So what this would provide would be routers, and for our idea is to start with the records building, since that was the first thing that happened to us, and it's easier to do. It's low-hanging fruit. So our idea is to put a Cradlepoint router in the records building at our switch and one in the IT building, and then just connect those. And what that would provide us, of course, is a redundant link should the physical fiber link, which is a physical cable under the ground, if something were to happen to that. Or if we had to do maintenance or something on it to take it down, everyone could fail over to this redundant link. And the Cradlepoint routers, they work on a wireless signal, just to kind of give you a reference there. And moving on down, capital outlay, surveillance. So these are our audiovisual projects that have been submitted to us. They've been vetted by our project team and found to be, so I guess you would say, sort of like Anna does, we endorse these projects to go forward if we can. And they're all usually, sorry?
Go ahead.
So the surveillance system for archives and indigent health, they currently have no surveillance system over there. Really? And they have a blind entry, because their entries are, the front one to IHC is right on Washington. Mm-hmm. The entrance for the archives building is right on, and it's very close. There's not much room between that and the road when you, is that 9th Street, 8th Street? Something like that. It's on the other side anyway. But their parking is all behind that building, basically on Austin Street and whatever other road that is. And the problem out there is then they're having to turn a corner and with no vision of what's out there. So they would like a surveillance system. This one, as you can see, is cheaper than many because we don't have to have that many cameras. We're not talking about a bunch of cameras inside or anything like that. This is safety only. This is really just looking outside. And indigent health obviously has a lot of visitors to the building that are not employees. And the door between those two facilities has been broken forever. Doesn't work. It's supposed to be a locked door and it just doesn't work. And I know maintenance has tried to fix it and there's been some other issues with it. Suffice to say,
Yeah, and do we need to get that taken care of though? I mean, I hate to
Do
see
we,
it keeps
do the
breaking.
commissioners need to get involved in that?
I don't think
I
so.
just don't like hearing.
I don't know how to
something-
answer
I don't like
that.
hearing
All I hear
that
about
at all.
security
Right,
issue
yeah,
that's
exactly.
fatal.
Yeah.
The sheriff's office has been over there to do an assessment, which is how this kind of got kicked off because they had some concerns over there. And not to stereotype, but most of the folks that work over there are women. You know, there's not a lot of, not that men should be unsafe either, but
Please keep us in the loop.
yeah, absolutely. Like I said, the sheriff's office has been involved. They've offered to do more patrols and that sort of thing, so. The door I'm talking about, by the way, is between Indigent Health and our building. It's not the outside door.
Right.
Door
I
between those
understand
two
that,
facilities.
yeah.
Okay.
I understand that, but still, if there needs to be a secure door there, it needs to be
Absolutely.
secured.
And because there are
And if
third
it
parties.
costs,
Well, the
if-
issue with that
so
is
if it
there are
costs-
third parties in that building too. We have some nonprofits there that use that space as well. So we have people that are not county employees. I don't remember I want to say it's a water conservation.
Water and Soil Conservation District, yeah.
And it's not a comment about them. I'm just saying they're not county employees working in there. So
well,
we obviously have visitors that we don't know who they are.
okay, just think about it like this. If it's a couple $1,000 fix, that's a lot better than $1 million lawsuit.
Heather's on it. Heather, did you want to say something?
I just wanted to add that we did work with maintenance and we had an additional door installed to the left of our lobby, which creates an extra layer of protection from the main lobby to the archives and kind of allows us an extra exit point in the back. So now there's an additional locked door between the public lobby and the broken door he's referencing, and also our exit in the event of an emergency.
Oh, good. So there is another door now installed there. Thank you.
Yes,
Heather.
and you bet it has a keypad, so I mean, there's an extra layer of security there.
Oh,
Thank you.
Great.
Question, John.
Yes, sir.
Past the archives, indigent healthcare.
Yes.
If none of that was done past that, would everybody still have something that works right now? Because when you add those up, that's $200,000. Are there any of those upgrades?
Yeah, and so my question about the upgrades I had a question about the 74th District Court, the 170th. I mean, are they gonna be able to where are they gonna land where are they gonna land when the building behind us is open?
Timothy, are you online?
See, yeah.
He can answer that. He's in the room. He can answer that far better than I can.
My point would be along the commission would be wait until we get resettled. If this is working equipment.
Sorry, I got my foot
Tim's
here.
second appearance this budget year.
Yeah. Okay, so what was the question? 170th and?
These projects, the 74th, 170th.
Yeah, all the way down.
The bigger one there is 170th. I don't know if it's moving, I don't know if it's gonna move to the Justice Center or not. But the biggest thing about 170th is even if it is reoccupied, that court right now does not have sustainable AV equipment. Because right now it's running off archaic equipment. And this is basically just to bring it up to par with everyone else. 74th, that one is just to bring the video side of everything up to par. And then I did see Title 40 Court. They don't actually have a surveillance system, kind of like archives. So that would be safety for them as well.
Oh, we gotta have, I would think that would be a priority for a 4D court. That's a.
Could be volatile.
High value type place.
When you say bring it up to par, are we talking about from black and white to color?
Yes, essentially.
Is that what you're talking?
And to bring it in line with other courts.
Analog to digital?
We're trying to standardize the courts too and bring them all
Literally working on analog signal, and we're bringing them up to the digital age. Rotary phones and all that.
Okay.
Just when I think we've made progress getting ahead and you hear this.
That's what, I hear we're still black and white. Oh, my goodness. Interesting.
Now, the HR training room, that one has a system. It doesn't work real well.
That thing's been a problem from the
Yeah,
get-go.
from day one, yes, apparently.
What is that one? Which one, I'm sorry?
HR.
The HR training room.
And it's this nice training room that we don't even get to use because the AV in it is,
Yeah, this would be a complete refit, almost to match exactly technology used in this room. So, and with a much more reputable company.
Okay, what is multipurpose room conversions?
That, with the Highway 6 jail, they're taking their multipurpose rooms, which are kind of like offset from the wings, and they're turning them into magistration rooms for like digital video conferencing with the inmates.
Well, obviously, they would need it to.
And JP5 as well.
master magistration.
JP5 as well is moving them from analog system to a digital AV solution.
Also. Okay.
Cool. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Timothy.
Going back to my cave.
Anyone have anything else about the guys now?
What does that leave us with? Tyler?
If you don't mind, we could go to the archives and then come back to Tyler, if that's all right.
Archives, I thought, something different archive?
Yes, it's
Record management?
Department 06.
Records management, you talking
Sorry,
about?
so records management.
Okay.
Guys.
Can I just to remind us too, so we have this fund in general fund, and we also have it in a special revenue fund. The special revenue fund that's been housing the operating cost is slowly dwindling. I think next year we'll finish it out and we'll convert everything to general fund, but that's why you have two sheets there. So the personnel we have in general fund, and then the operating is in Fund 10, and that's the very last page of your packet. And there was one increase there to speak on.
Yes, so the line for professional services, 602-111, that's going from 31,000 to 54,000, and that's simply doubling the effort we're making. So we've been scanning in the district attorney files so that they're digitized, so we can then shred files. We've been doing basically around a year every year. So they scan in a year every fiscal year, and we budgeted, and they're about $31,000.
Well, how
That
do you catch
varies.
up if that's,
Sorry?
you don't ever get ahead if that's,
That's what this additional money will do. Will
will that get us ahead?
No, so sorry. So the DA files that are current, so to speak, those are being digitized as we do it now. We're catching up previous years. I don't remember exactly, but I believe we're at like 2012, 2013, something. We're digitizing old files here.
Okay.
And so instead of digitizing 1 year every fiscal year for us as we go, we wanted to just do 2 years this time.
I think that's,
We're just trying to catch up quicker.
Yeah.
Because this is a fund that is degrading.
But you're
It's
saying
going to go away. in a
current
year.
files are being digitized as they're input,
yeah, as we go.
Close, yes.
or close to it.
I don't know if it's real time, but yes.
Yeah, but that's not something we're concerned with here. These
These are all.
prior years.
Yes, these are all archived, and they're taking up room in the archives, which, as you know, square footage is expensive. So once we can get rid of those, if we scan them in, we can get rid of them, microfiche them, I believe they do.
So wow. And we're currently on 12?
Don't quote me on that.
What do they go back to, 1800?
Everything, we're moving forward in time, so we're going, if we're, I believe we're on 2012. If we are, then we'd go 2013,
Oh, we're going forward.
We're going forward, right. We only have about, I think it's 8 years we need to do, maybe 9,
Oh, wow, okay, that's good.
That's good to
That's
hear.
good, yeah.
for the DA files.
Because when you said we're doing one set of 1 year every year, I was like, then you're never gonna make it.
Right. No, I'm not exactly sure how far we have to go, but.
An infinite product. That's an infinite project.
Yes, no. We have an infinite project over there, but that's the one we were talking about with the add to the staff.
Okay, then the previous records management is just, let's see.
That's personnel.
Employee benefit, okay.
All the personnel is still taken out of general fund. This is that special revenue fund.
Okay,
And the balance there is, what, 170 right now?
Yeah, we have 43,000, our estimate for contingencies, so
Okay.
if we don't budget amendment that during the year, it'll go to next year and we'll finish it out.
All right.
And where did that money come from originally?
That is a records management fund. So, records management fees, that are collected were pushed into that fund.
What do we do?
Criminal and civil, court costs were consolidated, over the last years. And so it just broke up what funds each piece went into,
But that's
so.
not being replenished each year? It's a finite fund that will eventually?
It was replenishing, but that fee has
They did away
ceased.
with the fee?
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
okay, I
It was
see.
just replaced with other things,
Okay,
so.
okay.
But we'll still use it till we can't use it anymore.
Can't use it if it's not there.
Do we
What's
want to do
next?
assessments or Tyler?
I think let's do assessments first. That way we can end with Tyler. But y'all tell me different. So the IT assessments line is one line. You'll see that as one collapsed line in the IT budget. And we briefly looked at this earlier in the week.
Where are we?
IT assessments.
Is
I don't
that
think
on-
it's in your,
Is it in our packet?
no.
Okay, it's on, is it on the?
Yes.
It is.
Haley, can you filter by department request?
Worksheets,
Just to pull those up first.
IT worksheets. Assessments. Okay.
So just a bit of a refresher, these IT assessments are
Not yet.
usually end-user products, so end-user PCs, end-user printers, scanners, all that, monitors, that sort of thing. I don't know how long the county's been doing this, but so we have these every year so that we can get on a cycle of replacement so that we don't just have a bunch all at once in any one year. Now, as we assess things, we use several criteria. The first criteria is age, always, because things just get out of date when you start talking about modern software. But we also look at usage, like what it is actually used for and whether that can be extended. We also look at things like, can this machine be repurposed and like slid down the line, so to speak, to someone who maybe just does email. So after we've done all that and we've gone through the assessments, we also involve the department. We let the department ask for whatever they think it is they need that we haven't identified. If they have a new purpose in their department and they need a new scanner or something, they put it in the IT assessments. Then we take those and we take those requests and, talk about what we need to do. I see that, so for the department requested, we only had 3 this year, 3 items, 2 for the sheriff's office, 1 for the tax office. And we've talked to the tax office and the sheriff's office, and we, the IT department, are recommending all 3 of these. 2 of them are machines that they needed to replace because they just completely lost their processor power in the sheriff's department. And they're doing a lot of new stuff with the new Tyler program, but it's not that, it's more the evidence that they're doing. They've instituted a new evidence system over there, and they just need laptops that'll handle that. And then the tax office needed a color laser because what they're printing has to be in color for, has something to do with the tags and stuff they turn in. They could probably explain that a little better than I did. We are recommending all 3 of those department requested assessment items. The rest of them.
6,600.
So,
Sorry.
Sorry, go ahead.
Can you get the full list?
The detail list or like
Uh,
just generic?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, go back. Pivot tables. Okay.
The one change we made starting actually in FY '24 is that we used to get 3-year warranties on these, and then we would push that to 5 years before we replaced it. We'd replace it in the 5th year. We decided to get 5-year warranties on these and then replace them at 7 years if nothing happens before then. And one other note I'd make about it, because I've had some discussions with a few of you about how we can lessen this every year. We have started to upgrade machines rather than replace them sometimes if it's really just a matter. Now, the new machines we're getting all have the solid state drives, hard drives in them. Those have much faster access rates than mechanical drives that we were getting in 2020, 2019, 2018. But so as these machines have come up for assessment, we've looked at them and said, well, if we can just buy a $40 or $50 hard drive instead of buying a $900 machine, then why not do that? So we can upgrade some of these with RAM, we can upgrade some with the hard drive, a new solid state drive, and extend that life easily 3 to 4 more years. In some cases. It's not always the case because some can't be upgraded. The real big gating factor with these is the Windows versions and when those run out of service. Because a lot of times the older machines just won't run Windows just the way it's built. Nothing we can do in that case if we need to upgrade them because it's a real security risk if we keep older versions of Windows on. I guess I would just ask if you have any questions then about the rest of the assessment list or anything on the assessment list.
Going down the list, individual departments, records management, what is that piece of equipment there, that 18,000?
Scanner?
That's a scanner, okay.
I bet.
18,627.60, 0640.
$18,627.60. Is that a scanner?
One piece.
Yes, so that, yeah, the scanners they use are these really fast, ultra high definition scanners, which we have to have for court records when we're scanning stuff like that in. And plus, they're using these things all day, every day, pretty much. I mean, these things just run like crazy. But we do get support contracts with those, so they do get repaired if something happens. We really do what we can to try to not have to buy these.
And then most of the others are PCs or laptops, is that correct? Like jail, sheriff's office?
Yes, now there is another initiative. We've gotten a few folks, in fact, the auditors here have graciously been sort of our guinea pigs with this one. A lot of folks, not a lot of folks, some folks had 2 machines. They had their desktop at work, they have a laptop for when they travel or go to a meeting or something. And you guys are nice enough to do this with us. One way we can lower these costs is just have one machine. So if you just have a nice high-powered laptop, then you can just take it home when you need to work at home or take it to a meeting or whatever. I do the same thing as well, just have one machine. And we're looking at these, when these come up for assessment, if we see any folks on our list that have 2 machines to their name, we go investigate and try to either convince them to do this or at least broach the topic with them.
There are some organizations, companies that frown on taking laptops home, security reasons. What's your thoughts on that?
Basically, no choice, especially during COVID, no choice. I mean,
I
we had so many
understand.
folks out. So, but one, it's prepared for anything like that again. And number 2, it does lower the
If we're
overall.
cloud-based now, you ought to be able to get it on your home computer with your multi-factor authentication.
And that's the
No
other
problem.
key. The other key is multi-factor authentication. That's one of the things that really.
See, I can
That'll solve a lot of
be
that issue. Yeah.
You had me fooled.
Yes, and
Multi-factor authentication.
yeah, multi-factor authentication is a big.
Is the key to a whole lot of problems.
And
the whole world. You don't have to run around acting afraid of your shadow.
Is that brought up in no before you go?
No, before.
We're not going to dissuade you if you're
When I
scared
see
of your
those
shadow,
no
but
befores, I just find delight in deleting those no befores. It's just like, it's the worst name I've ever heard in my life.
Yeah.
we're actually looking to replace that this year.
Please.
Replacing what?
Our know before, which is your cybersecurity training and the penetration testing or the phishing testing we do.
No before, okay.
But see, I mean, you don't have anything to worry about.
I have an amazing mind. It's just sit here, all of this right back here. I have one, but I screwed it up.
And also, one other note about the IT assessments. We've already purchased all of our items for FY '24 out of there, and we still have $63,675 available. So we will be pre-purchasing, if this is
great.
approved, we'll be
Yeah.
pre-purchasing some of
Right.
these items as best we can. We're not always guaranteed because the equipment has to come in before the September 30th, so we'll do what we can. You know, obviously, if we buy monitors and stuff like that and scanners, they usually come in quicker. But we will do what we can to draw those funds down before we hit, and the auditor's office, like last year, will then draw this number down as we do that. So it should be, once we hit budget, this should be less.
Francis, if new positions requested across the whole county, if one's not approved, but there was a corresponding ask for new equipment, do y'all match that up and remove that then?
So on that sheet that we've been going through, there's a column that says equipment, and that would include computer equipment,
Whatever, desk,
stuff if it's law enforcement, whatever is needed, desk. And so we consider that like the whole package of approving that. And if you approved one of those, then we would put personnel and personnel, and we would increase
that part.
these type of lines with that. So it's not, those are not in this IT assessments. It's completely separate.
Those new positions are not in that IT assessment.
Correct, correct.
So if the new position, a laptop was asked for, then you automatically know that already because it's already in the request.
Yes, yes, yes. And so if you look at that, like especially that new personnel spreadsheet that Anna covered yesterday, there's a column there, and if it was this position and there was a $5,000 equipment number, when you approve that, we're under the assumption you're approving both of those, salary, benefits, and equipment, and then we would place it in the appropriate spots.
And Commissioners, Claire gave me a note here. We're on 2003 for the DA files, the one we're trying to do 2 more years for at once.
So that'll give us 3 and 4 if we approve that then?
Correct.
Okay. We'll get there. We'll get there.
And I'm assuming that I'm trying to think, something that Scott always has concern with, and that's that space, that when those files are digitized, the ones that can be destroyed are being destroyed, is that correct? Is that in space made for?
Keeping both of them.
Yes, we're constantly shredding files as we can, according to statute, of course, and then when we digitize.
Right.
Yes, we are. And you all will see that. I'm now giving that to you in the quarterly report that you'll see next week.
But digitizing them doesn't preclude the statute of how many years.
Well, there's some that you can and some that you can't.
Correct.
Depends upon what kind of case and what the disposition, and like juvenile or cases involving minors and things like that. I mean, there's all kinds of rules.
Sure.
So about what they have to keep forever.
Capital cases typically.
Capital cases.
Yeah. Even though they're digitized, you have to hold on to the hard copies.
Claire also notified me that we have to go to 2019. That's when they started digitizing real time or near real time.
Oh, only up to
So we have to go from 2003 to 2019. That's what we have to do.
16.
We're getting there.
A year, 8 years. Okay.
Yeah.
That's not bad.
Do what we can.
Where you started.
Very much longer, I think I'll be here to see if that's.
And the reason we're only
Check back.
the reason we're only doing 2 years in 1 year is they have a capacity too that they can do. This HOV services that does this, so they can only do so many at a time.
But there is an end in sight. You
Yes,
think if we
that
keep
2019
it,
is that
we've
year.
started doing all right, that we can. Okay.
Very good.
I don't know if it's in sight, but there's an end.
What's next, Francis?
So I think that
It's a tiny speck.
covers his department's capital request. And so now we'll move to the Tyler discussion.
Finally, right?
Note that we're starting this discussion at 2:48.
Can we have a break?
Let's do that real quickly. Quarter recess for 10 minutes.
Recording stopped.
think that's really it for today. I think what we need to do now, I'm hoping that we have tax rates, tomorrow.
In the morning?
But we just need to come back to our summary, and we need to just look at now from like a bird's eye view, how these things that we've been talking through this week. Affect
Recording in progress.
and then we also need to go back through some departments, just ones that we've kind of touched on, but I just need to get your check on them, and we can finish that up.
Court's back in session at this time. Continue, ma'am.
Sorry. We'll continue IT discussions, and then now move to software request for next year. Tyler specifically.
And then we will go back in session at 9 in the morning. Correct?
We'll recess
Recess today and go back in at 9.
Okay.
Okay.
So the top section there is our current ongoing Tyler technology costs. But that includes Munis and all the things we've had for years now, but also including the 4 that we started last year. The ERP, corrections and attorney management, that's the jail and the DA product. And then enterprise public safety is the sheriff's office records management. You just approved the jury manager last month. And then we're looking at time and attendance we'd still like to put that in the budget again this year and talk about how we do that. We have scheduled, or actually Francis has scheduled a demo for all the road and bridge folks that do time cards and stuff. And I believe next month, is that scheduled?
August 6th, I think.
Because that was the one request that was very clear from the last discussions, is we needed the road and bridge crews to get a look at it, see if it would work for them possibly. And this is the folks entering the cards, not actually the folks out working on the roads or anything like that.
Is that going to be on the, during the August 6th court?
It'll be in the afternoon.
Okay.
So this middle section right here is what we're talking about then.
The additions.
Tyler Tech hosted software.
Oh, so you've got the separate, you've got it broken out separately there if we wanted to separate it.
It's 987,868.
So that's what we currently
That
had
current.
budgeted. So Munis and all the things we already have budgeted, ongoing, in other words,
So we'll
from
walk through
24.
this. So that blue section, like you said, the 987,868, those are the current products that you have agreed to this past year or prior years, and the amount that would be the ongoing cost for those
Amounts are
products.
underneath.
And then now if you move down to the next, those are the possible additions that are being requested. Yeah.
That's too hard to see. I know. Is this anywhere here?
Y'all are gonna have to get some younger folks to run for office.
Bigger font. Oh, that worksheet. Okay.
And then this.
Well, okay, so there is the discussion that this one-time implementation of all 3 of the remaining case management would cost $2.5 million.
Yes, sir.
If we did them all together.
If we did them all together.
There's actually a mistake in that line. You see where it says 2,594,403? That was mistakenly adding in that 300,000, which is under the messages column. Those messages are just numbers of messages included with it. That's not dollars.
There's no addition there.
We took it out.
took it out, John.
Oh, sorry.
It's not in
It's
there.
revised.
Oh, I think he quoted it though, 2.5.
It's 2.5 times.
Oh, sorry. My bad.
With the
So that's correct. So what that is, I'd like to explain that a little bit if I could.
Okay, well, I just wonder if we maybe take one piece of this per year.
We could.
Slow it down.
If we do that, you can see those 3 lines above it. That's taking it separately. if we
Right.
did, them
Right.
separately, each separately.
Yeah.
That would
So
also,
I don't quite get where is the delta then between the 426 versus the 3.8? You see what I'm talking about?
3.8 is just the
This
JPs and the county and district
versus
clerk.
this.
yeah, so that number down there is if they were done separately. Because so the line item below it there, the civil serve, says other items, that's for the constables. That doesn't, that would be done separately no matter what as far as costs. There's no cost savings by wrapping that in. That's why it's separate. That middle number, that's the 2.294 number. That's if we did all three of those top three you're seeing up there, the enterprise case managers for JP.
Okay, so you're adding this,
That has to be added no matter what.
okay.
Correct.
All right, okay, I see. All right.
That's added to both numbers no matter what.
Can you?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Now, the other benefit to doing them together with that number you're seeing is you get pretrial and specialty courts included in that number. Savings, 1.5, is it?
Yeah, $1.5 million.
By doing them all together as opposed to doing them separately.
So when would you, so let's say we did, let's say we, can we do this, one of these per year?
We can. You can do them separately, definitely. It does cause us on the back end a lot more work even, because then we have to build in integrations from EDOC to the Tyler products.
And that, okay.
And we'd have to build them
right,
every
and so
year.
I think that is the part that I don't think everybody is quite aware of, that we've got to keep EDOC
Yes.
around.
So there's no line in here that talks about any savings from getting rid of any part of EDOC as we add this. Is that?
Well, they're around for a little bit.
Are they around for every one of these programs? I mean,
We have,
For the first year and a half or something like that, is that right? Or-
so they would have to be around through FY '26. So these products are all roughly an 18-month implementation. So what we would do is co-term these projects with the jail product and the DA product, because they'd all need to come online very close to each other, if not same day. We're expecting that to be done by June of 2026. So we would need EDOC through September of 2026, and then we normally renew on the 1st of October. So we just would not renew in October 1 of 2026 for FY '27, in other words. What that drops off is approximately absolute known cost is about $400,000 total that we know would drop off. That would be EDOC, all the EDOC products would go away. We would have no more EDOC as far as case management or judicial. That's about $350,000. Please correct me if I'm wrong.
No, I think that was the last.
About $350,000. And then we have a bunch of ancillary programs, mostly related to the sheriff's department, that equal approximately $45,000 to $50,000 that would go away as well. So we have about $400,000 a year in ongoing costs that go away if we do this. And if we were to go with these totally, did you guys have a full number on all of the Tyler, all the yearly Tyler stuff together?
It would be here. I mean, this is everything.
So that bottom number, sorry.
Is it the 980, all of Tyler?
Yeah, I'm just thinking,
Is it the 987, 868?
Yes, plus whichever option.
oh, sorry, I was referring to just the judicial products.
Oh, just the new stuff.
Oh,
Just so they can compare what we're saving as opposed to what we'll be spending going forward. Does that make sense?
Don, if
Ongoing costs, what we're proposing total Tyler as opposed to,
for just the new product?
well, new and the four existing, I guess.
Okay, yeah, all the ongoing and one time are separated out here.
All right. You're good. We can,
So it would be the 828, 408 plus the 987, 868.
and the only thing I'd say about that is that's also including munis though, just, and time and attendance, so.
Yeah.
But adding up all the Tyler products, yes. And then you'll save the roughly 400,000.
Does all, when you buy this total package, or if we buy the total package, is it all paid up front, or we don't pay for it till we actually bring it online, or start using it, or how does that work?
So the ongoing costs, the SaaS fees, those start when you sign the contract, basically, because they have to set up storage for you and with the SaaS vendor, which is AWS, Amazon Web
But
Services.
obviously, you won't be able to bring everybody on at the same time.
Correct, they usually stage it,
But we're still paying for it, even though we're not using it.
because we're having to build it, test it and all that, so we're still using all of that space and everything. And now the one-time cost, the way we've been structuring that is we pay it in 20% increments as certain milestones are hit. Now, the current Tyler products we've been in the process for roughly four months now, I think, 5 months maybe. And we have yet to make a payment on it because we haven't hit our first milestone yet. We would see, do you guys have the thing I sent you that might show in the timeline of this? I just wanted to, if you don't mind, since you asked that question. No, if you, the one that says products timeline. Yeah, there you go. So I did a little graphical representation with, if you were to approve all of these products, this is how it would work out time-wise. Some we've already started clearly, and some we would start if they are approved. You see a Q3 of 2026, they would terminate. So those one-time payments would be stretched out during those blue blocks you're seeing, and then the final payment would be in the green block. Basically 20%, and they won't be exact, but it'll be something along those lines. So
Francis, how does that work if we decide to put this on a bond?
You mean,
Because we're only gonna be paying what? So how many, there's 12 divided by 3, so that's 25% in, if the green is when we pay, is that correct?
well, that'll be the last payment. Those are spread out.
Last payment?
So there are 5 payments for each product, the way we've got it structured, 20%,
5 payments
20%.
for each product.
so if
Okay.
you were to use bond funds for the one-time cost,
Mm-hmm.
bonds are multi-year funds. So once we set a budget, like if it's $1 million, we'd set that budget, and that budget would continue and roll forward until that budget was exhausted or we adjusted the budget. So we could, just like we do some of the road projects, so it would continue on, that budget would continue year after year until we finished paying off that project. So there would not be an issue there.
Would you be comfortable, okay, you would be comfortable if we did it that way?
I mean, I don't know why you couldn't. Software I know specifically is in the description of what the bonds could possibly be used for. And we'll double check that and make sure that that fits.
And even if we decided to write a bond in October, then we could put that in the language
Yes,
specifically.
yes. I'm pretty certain there's something in there that lends itself to, that we could include
But,
this.
I mean, we really need to spend the bond money that we have now, in my opinion.
If the wording would suffice.
Yes, we have a lot sitting there, but of course, we
But we
need
got
that downtown jail to.
The downtown
to get
jail sitting
going.
back there, but who knows?
And so in my head, I think, okay, that's all spoken for, but I know other projects, possibly something like this, can hit that before we ever get that going. So we're just gonna have to monitor, and when we get those final bids, that'll really help us lay out what money we're sitting on and what bonds we need to go out for.
Yep. Could you run through this graphical representation?
Sure. Now, we don't have dispatch or fire, so you can ignore that part of it, because this is meant for an entire justice system if you had everything. But, so what this is showing, you see law enforcement there on that side?
Time out.
Sorry, go ahead.
to add dispatch and fire, what does that look like?
We haven't quoted that because we don't have dispatch or fire.
Any idea?
No, sorry.
Okay.
City of Waco's not on, Tyler, so. So the record starts at the jail, the center there, and that's kind of why they put it as the hub. Or sorry, corrections, sorry. That's a court in the middle. Corrections up top there. So law enforcement is going to arrest someone or take this, and then they're going to take them to the jail, which is where you see corrections up there. And what they're showing there is not so much a linear thing of how the person moves through the system, but how the data is shared between all these things. The real big difference between Tyler and our current product is our current product is actually 6 separate databases. So anytime anyone, like for instance, moves from the jail into a court case, then the court case has the DA and everybody involved. That data is thrown to the other system gets it, then the DA deals whatever he needs to do, and then it's thrown back to the court system and that sort of thing. So that data is just being thrown back and forth, and we have 6 copies. And as we found out over the years, those are rarely the same in the end once they get to a trial. The way this works is it's one set of data. Everyone's looking at the same data with whatever permissions they have to look at that data. So that if someone, for instance, we had this come up during the demos because by the way, we've demoed this for everyone who's involved now. They've all seen the product and overwhelmingly would like to change if they could. So during the demos, the question was asked, well, what if someone, for instance, changes addresses? How do we know it's the same person? All that sort of thing. So the center part of this system is the person, what they call the person record. The person, because that's what everything's centered around in your justice system, is the people that it's dealing with. So if someone, for instance, is in jail, but they've got a truancy hearing or a eviction or something with JP courts, and they've got a criminal case with the district court possibly, having one record, they can list all of the addresses associated with that person, and the truancy or say the eviction notice that has a separate address, that address is always listed with that case, but it's listed with all the other addresses for this person in the person record. And therefore, having this one set of data means that anyone looking at it, there's a flag, for instance, if this person's in jail. So the JP courts are like, why haven't we been able to serve somebody? Well, they're in the jail. We can just go over and take care of that. So having a one set of data is kind of what that's sort of representing. The court's in the middle, and the data flows all these different directions. Again, the real gating factor to what people can see is their permissions. And so, of course, CJIS regulations and all that have to do with courts. So what they're showing the prosecutor and public defense, in other words, DA and the lawyers. Supervision is the one on the right corner there. It says supervision. That's pretrial services typically, and all the specialty courts use the supervision product. And that's so they can, of course, they have drug courts, mental health, and they're actually tracking these folks. They're making sure they go to therapy appointments and meeting with doctors and whatever they have to do to meet, whatever conditions they've been given. They're tracking people on bond, all those sort of things. Trying to think if there's anything else I wanted to say about that. I think that's a fairly good definition of that graphic, hopefully. The big win here is it's one set of data. And if somebody corrects something, it's corrected for all. Everybody's
Does it
instant.
flag the correction?
Is it real time? Is that what you're saying?
Well, no, what I'm saying is that, is there?
Flag that it has been created, that has been changed?
Has been corrected or has been changed?
Yes, there's an audit log for everything. You can see exactly who changed it, when they changed it, all that sort of.
What they changed?
What they
So
changed,
if
in
there
case
is-
there's an issue, yes.
So if there's an error?
If there's an error or if there's something malicious, right? You want to know if someone changed something
Sure, right.
the wrong way.
A lot of emphasis on the point of entry being correct.
And I'll tell you, with our existing system, it's not possible a lot of times to track who changes certain things or who copies and prints and all that sort of thing. And because we had some issues during the election with stuff like that.
And our Tyler financial system has that same.
Yes.
It's fantastic.
And that's also, actually, I forgot that, is another good benefit is, does tie into the Tyler system when you start talking about financials. So if they take a payment, for something over at the district clerk's office, then
Right.
the auditors are going to have access to this Tyler system to be able to see anything and then pull that right into Munis when they need
So
to.
when I told you when I first came here, there was somebody had created a button or a whatever in EDOC, and it did not correspond to the rest. And so she was trying to contact the people, and she would mark it, but it wasn't being seen everywhere else, and it was a mess.
Another hallmark of our current system is almost every person in here has a different look to their screen and different buttons in different places, and they have things that other people, as you just said, don't have. Going forward, obviously, we're looking at standardization, so everyone's, generally speaking, looking at, they will always be looking at the same information, so no one's going to have that button that does something that no one else can see, basically. Can you move to the comparable counties?
Yeah.
Something else I'd like to note here.
This is good.
So these are the comparable counties that Anna and HR and I imagine auditors and other people use, because they're roughly our size and such. As you can see, every one of them uses Tyler for just about the entire judicial process. So one thing I would say about the cost, it's a horse pill, no doubt. It's a big cost, but the way I would look at that is, I think McLennan County has saved a lot of money in previous years over what you've been doing. I think we probably should have been here way earlier.
You mean maybe what we hadn't been doing?
Or hadn't been doing, yeah. Because I can tell you, what you don't do in system costs ends up in personnel every time. If you can't automate it, somebody else is doing that, right? Someone's hand doing stuff. I would even point to smaller things like when folks are here in court and they say, well, we needed something out of EDOC, so we called Rhoda or called IT,
Yeah.
Just to get a simple report, a lot of times, you're talking a few hours of work by usually IT staff.
But I'm not hearing you say this will eliminate personnel.
Not at all. It's just like the time and attendance when we talked about that. Truly, these folks have other things to do. They're, higher level stuff that we'd like, for instance, Rhoda is our main EDOC person, programmer. Writing reports is a kind of poor use of her time, I would say, not to be too insulting to our current process. It's there's higher level things we'd like those folks doing. I guess I'd put it that way. Same, I'm sure, with the auditor's office and the time and attendance and such. But it does end up in personnel costs. I know you look at adding personnel almost every year here when you see stuff. I'm not saying a lot of those go away, but some could if we get our processes straightened out. Maybe we're just not adding a bunch of people. We can have them doing the stuff we need them to do.
So what I'm hearing you say with regards to Tyler, if we do it all at once, there's the price. If we spread it out, we could, but it's an additional $1.5 million.
Yeah, over the long haul, it costs us $1 million.
So I'm all about what Commissioner was talking about, is can we get creative? And Francis,
So I was going to make one other point about the funding part of it. It was mentioned using bond funds, spreading it out. We're confident that these one-time costs, that these softwares would fall under an ARPA eligibility category. The money was all spoken for. But there are some pieces for the downtown jail that we are not certain are going to fall within the correct timelines. So if that doesn't occur, we can't use the money for that purpose. So we could switch over and use these funds, or use the ARPA funds for these costs. And then where you would have used your bond funds, we'll use bond funds for more, or for downtown jail.
That's just another option.
Yes.
Well, let's keep it on the table.
So let's pull it off of the main summary.
And that's just where you
So
want,
that-
in the timeline is where we're kind of, we don't know what it is, for the downtown jail.
But the timeline for this project does fall within the ARPA guidelines for time. We know that.
Yeah, right.
Just so you know.
You said,
As long as you obligate and then finish.
yeah, you said June 2026?
That's our expected.
So then, Francis, can we
Spend.
pull this amount out?
Well, the one-time cost, like, we have them in there for discussion, of course,
Separate line
always.
item?
So yes, and I know the ongoing is something we can talk about as well, because we'll have more ARPA funds than that amount up there. But we'll have an ARPA discussion, maybe we could have that early next week if possible. And
But in other words, when we build our tax rate based on what we determine the expenses are gonna be for the county, we can remove this so it won't
That's what
affect,
I was-
affect the
it
general
won't
fund.
affect the tax
And
rate.
if you're gonna use bond fund, if you don't use ARPA and you're gonna use bond funds, then
Either way.
even more so.
Yeah.
But general fund, of course, is an allowable place to put it too, but yes, we can go ahead and do that if there's a consensus there. Of course, we need to talk through the
Right, and-
specifics of the other projects that were already,
I think
allocated
tentatively,
for
I
an
agree with
ARPA.
what you're saying, and if some kind of an issue comes up, then we need to readdress it, but for now,
Yeah, I think.
that
we
would
should-
allow
I
you
think
to
we
do it
should-
all at once.
I think we should do it all at once, and we need to fund it through another,
outside the general fund.
outside the general fund.
Yeah, possibly. I think it just is a prudent way to move forward. It's prudent for our taxpayers. I think no one disagrees that we shouldn't save $1.5 million.
Yeah.
If we're gonna do it, whether it be now or in the long run, saving $1.5 million is a lot of money. So I don't have a problem with that.
So we'll kind of play with that and push that
Please
over
do. Please do.
to ARPA,
Okay.
until we can have the full discussion, soon, of
And
course.
so y'all didn't update any of the rate information,
For
rate
taxes.
calculation?
No, we do not have that yet.
We're still waiting from tax
Yes,
office.
so yeah.
But tomorrow, surely tomorrow.
Yeah, it came in late yesterday, and I know they're trying to get it as quickly as they
Sure.
can.
But we
so-
want them to be accurate too, so.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay, what else?
So, that's all I think that I have for today, unless, John, if you think of something else.
Oh, John, please don't.
I think if y'all are okay coming, we'll meet back tomorrow, and we'll just start checking off some of the small things in general fund that we need to come back to. We'll get some of that tied down, and then we'll come back to our main summary. And I think even if we don't have our final tax rates, we can still play with it a little bit. And then let's look at those big numbers. What was that moving to min gonna cost? What was the COLA gonna cost? What was adding these ongoing costs going to cost us? Do we
Will,
wanna add incentive pay, the 98%? So we'll have all of that there, and we can just see what that looks like if it was all layered together into the budget.
So, in the main summary here, you've got the 1,809,000 and, for the salary structure change. What if we decided, and to maybe implement that over a certain amount of,
couple of years. Yeah, like the judge.
maybe half,
What we'll
half and half.
do, we'll extract that so that we can see what the COLA is, portion of that, most of that is the COLA. But then what the
Right.
move to min was, and then if you
Right,
wanna
so
pull
yeah,
out-
right, so 1,000,003 of that is COLA.
Yes, and you all decided, or we were playing with the idea that we would do COLA first, then move to min.
Then
So,
move, yeah.
Yes, so that's what that number is, and that also has taxes and benefits as well. So that number looks a little different from when we talked about it yesterday. And then we threw in that estimate for the step pay conversion for the sheriff's office.
And I still want to look at, there's a delta between, I really want to drill down into our under budget, our under over budget. Because there's a difference there in the, between the, if you add the operating and you add the personnel, there's a difference there. And,
Yes, we
I
can
don't know
revisit.
exactly where and why.
And maybe if we sort it different ways, we can see where those where the bigger amounts are. Are they a certain department? Are they a certain type of line? Is it, supplies in every department so we can definitely look at that.
Does the 98% that we talked about this morning eliminate the need to look at finding 13 positions and amount of money, or that's gonna be separate, that's still something to look at?
After we left this morning, I was seeing it as, if you approve that list of new positions, one of the thoughts was deleting or taking out 13 of the unfilled positions as well.
Right.
This 98% currently didn't have any of that sort of,
Didn't
it
have
doesn't
that
have the new positions and it's not taking out the old. But we'll come up with some sort of scenario that shows if you did that,
If we did that, this is what would happen?
yes, because those 13 that you'd be taking out were 100% under budget. So that's gonna skew some of the numbers. And so that's what we just need to sit down and really look at and play with.
And
So,
it may not be a 13, because it could be the dollar equivalent, so.
yes, yes,
Yeah.
yes. But I think it's just good that we've already had the discussion and we know the options. And now we can tweak it to
Yeah. Feel good about it.
Francis, where are we at on your timeline? Do we need to push harder? Are we good?
I think we're good. I think really these little things that we need to check off, I'm not worried about those at all. It's just kind of putting those back in front of you and talking through them a little bit. I think it's just deciding on what we want to do on these big pieces. And I think really it's personnel that'll, and so, but you've heard all the information and you know what's out there and what our options are. So I think we've gotten through, we've really, we've pushed through those long conversations. And
Tomorrow,
there'll still be long conversations.
tomorrow is a continuation, not a new posting. Tomorrow, we're recessing.
Recessing today.
For tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
Today was the new.
Yeah.
Okay.
9 o'clock?
9 o'clock.
But I hope that next week, we have to,
We have to.
Wednesday.
Got a deadline. Is it Wednesday?
Yes.
When do we have our public?
So we won't have those until after.
After, okay.
Yes. So it'll depend on what tax rate you propose.
right.
And those types of things. So,
Okay.
but yeah, those will happen before you adopt in August.
Okay. That's when we have like maybe the 2 meetings, one in the morning, one in the afternoon, like we did last year. Okay.
If needed, yes.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else?
We're good.
We're good. We'll recess until 9 a.m.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Recording stopped.